if you have capacity. Jennifer Van Popta, can you hear us? We can hear some noise, but we can't hear your voice. We can hear you typing. Chelsea Jerzak, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Chelsea Whitty, can you hear me this time?
Hi there. Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Armando Hernandez, can you hear me yet?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Ingi Kim, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I can.
Great, thank you.
Speaker for 310. Peter Sharma. He's not on the list, so I'm just gonna.
Parush Sharma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you.
I just printed out the speaker here. Who's registered?
Sarah Alush, can you hear me? Alex Brown, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Someone just joined by phone. Can you identify yourself, please?
This is Kim Petrin.
Oh, hi, Kim. Thank you. noise in there too. Jay McMartin, can you hear me? Rian Sheffer, can you hear me this time?
I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Rian Sheffer. Sarah Alouche, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great, thank you. He didn't answer. Yeah, that's the same person.
Yeah. And I just did a search. McMartin I got was from May 7th. Check them off and we do roll call. So, yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Aaron Oton, can you hear me?
We'll roll call in a minute, folks.
It looks like you're making noise, Aaron, but we can't hear your voice.
Oops, that's the volume.
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Ready. Judah, I just want to see myself.
Marshall Hundert, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Marshall Hundert. Aaron. Michael Brockbank, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Mike Yochim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Tina Kenny, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's Tina and Ryan, you're both together?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Van Popta, let's try one more time.
I can hear you now.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we're still, clerks inform me we're still working to get a couple of our participants in the hearing online, but we can get started nonetheless with roll call and call to order. So I will start this time with Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome. Councillor Katarina. Councillor Katarina, are you there?
Councillor Katarina was having difficulty joining, and I expect will join by phone shortly.
Okay. Councillor Zadek. Councillor Zadek, are you there? Councillor Esslinger?
Councillor Zadek has flagged that he is here, but perhaps is having issues with WebEx as well.
Okay.
I am here.
Councillor Esslinger's here. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm here.
Welcome. Councillor Henderson?
I am here.
Welcome. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Councillor McKean?
I stumbled my way in here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're most welcome. Thank you for making the effort. Councillor Nicol?
Our office was notified that Councillor Nicol may be late or may be unable to attend.
Okay. Councillor Paquette?
Never left.
Super. Councillor Walters?
Present, sir. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Let me just check if Councillor Katarina has been able to join us. Councillor Zadek? Okay, well, 10 is enough to get started. So,
Mr. Mayor, I am here. You didn't mention my name.
oh, sorry. My list is a little bit out of order. I apologize, Councillor Banga. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
No,
Sorry for missing you.
well, thanks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, the agenda with just some replacement pages on 313. Councillor,
Mr. Mayor, quick question on the agenda.
Councillor Katarina, welcome. Glad to have you here. Okay,
The replacement page, it states there it's listed as bylaw 19191, but that's not the same bylaw number for 313 in the main agenda. I don't know if that's a mistake or if there's been a change to it.
oh, that's a good
The
catch.
313 is 19314, and this says replacement page as 19191, so the bylaw number.
Good catch.
Yes, it's an error in the bylaw number, not in the item number or the title.
So the replacement's correct, the bylaw number to in fact be 19191? Or,
No, the bylaw number for the replacement page should be 19314.
okay, so we're, good catch, Councillor Katarina. We're sticking with the bylaw number that is listed in the agenda and the reports for item 313, and we're just changing the pages on attachment 1, page 4, Schedule A, and attachment 2, appendix 4. So,
Okay, terrific, thank you.
no problem. Was there a mover on the agenda?
So
Councillor Atzinger, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Katarina, I think? Or, yes?
Yes.
Great. Any questions on the agenda? Okay, not seeing any, then please vote on the adoption of the agenda. I think we're looking for 11 here, based on roll call.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, and I voted yes.
Oh, good, okay, welcome Councillor Zadek. So we're just missing Councillor Nicol then?
Yes, we have 11 electronic votes. And now 12.
Okay, display the vote then. That is carried 12, 0, and 1 absence. Protocol items. I don't think there are any for today. So we'll now move into the, I don't have the, if the clerks could bring me the sheet with the speakers. Great, thanks. So first up, I will outline the procedures for today's virtual public hearing. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with today, and I will call out the names of people we have registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council will select the bylaws that we wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then listen to each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. And for each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw, and then members of the public will be invited to make their comments through the conference call system. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, attendees may wish to use the timer at home too. When the speaker is finished, please stay on the line as council may wish to ask you questions. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all the speakers have concluded, the chair will then ask each speaker if they wish to speak to new information which arose during the public hearing. This process does require some patience to ensure that everyone who does wish to address council has an opportunity. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. The clerk will have additional resources dedicated to statutory public hearings to facilitate communication with those participating in the public hearing process. Feel free to reach out at the contact information provided in the response to your registration. So, welcome. Glad to have you here with us, even if it's from remote, though some of you may find that more convenient than coming down to City Hall. The first bylaw, the Ellerslie item, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, bylaw 19359, amendment to the Ellerslie Area Structure Plan? Item 3.2, bylaw 19360, amendment to the Orchards at Ellerslie Neighborhood Structure Plan? Or item 3.3, charter bylaw 19361, to allow for low-density residential development and public park uses, the Orchards at Ellerslie?
Why, yes, I have Elise Shillington to answer questions only from Stantec Consulting Limited. Is Elise there?
Good afternoon. Hi.
Good afternoon. And Mike Yoakum to answer questions only from Brookfield Residential.
Present.
Welcome. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, charter bylaw 19346, to allow for low-intensity commercial office and service uses, Glenora?
Yes, I have Marshall Hundred to answer questions only. Marshall, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Worship. Originally, I was going to answer questions. There might be some opposition, so I would request the opportunity to do a presentation and address new information if necessary.
Of course. And when we come to you, which will probably be fairly shortly, if you could get to a place with less background noise, perhaps, that would be great. But I hear that you would like to make a presentation on 3.4, which is perfectly fine. So thank you. And in opposition, I have Sylvia Taylor. Sylvia, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Items 3.5 and 3.6 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, amendment to the Heritage Valley Servicing Concept Design Brief, amendment to the Heritage Valley Servicing Concept Design Brief? Or item 3.6, bylaw 19341, amendment to the Chappelle Neighborhood Area Structure Plan?
Yes, I have Elise Shillington again from Stantec, who we just heard from, and Peter Sukalis to answer questions only from Anthem United.
Good afternoon, from Brookfield Residential.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
No problem.
And is it Sukalis, right?
That's pretty close. Yep.
Okay, tell me once again.
Sukalis.
Yep. I blame the former mayor for all of the various ways he pronounced your name over the years for throwing me off. And that's the only thing I will blame him for.
I will not tell you that my real name is not Peter, go by something else, so we'll leave it at that.
Okay, I have no one in opposition on the Chappelle item.
Thank you.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 19348, to allow for small-scale infill development, Kensington?
Yes, I have Mario Scarpelli to answer questions only. Mario, are you there? Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And no one in opposition on the Kensington item.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 19342, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Charlesworth?
Yes, I have Marcelo Figuera to answer questions only from Green Space Alliance. Marcelo, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you. A little bit of background noise where you are, though, but hopefully we'll be able to hear you a little better if there are questions for you. Next is Erin Otten to answer questions only from Carrington.
Yes, present.
Welcome. And next is Lisa Jane Kellerman to answer questions only from Rootstock.
I don't believe that she's been able to join. Our office is in touch with her. I would just confirm with Devin that we're aware of who both people on the phone are and that neither of them are her.
Is Lisa Jane Kellerman there? Okay, sounds like perhaps not, but two other folks are here to answer questions on the Charlesworth item, and there is no one in opposition. So we'll move on to the next Glenora item, 3.9.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 19256, to allow for a 4-story residential building with a single commercial unit, North Glenora?
Yes, I have Nola Kilmartin from Dualita Architecture. Nola, are you there?
Yes.
And that's
Yes, I'm here.
That's to speak. And next,
I apologize. I can give a presentation. However, if there's no one in opposition, I'm happy to just go down to answer questions only.
there are two people registered in opposition, so we'll put you down for a presentation.
Excellent. Thank you.
And then I have also Armando Hernandez to answer questions only, also from Dualita Architecture. Armando, are you there?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, I'm here.
Super.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And in opposition, I have Arthur Beckett.
I'm here.
Welcome. And Paul Collins.
I'm present.
Welcome. Next up is the McTaggart item.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 19349, to allow for the development of low-rise apartments up to 4 stories, McTaggart?
Yes, I have Jonathan Rockcliffe to answer questions only from RPK Architects. Jonathan, are you there?
I'm present.
Welcome. Got a little bit of feedback there. Okay, we may need to work on an audio setting for you, Jonathan, if there are questions for you, and there may be, because we do have 3 individuals registered in opposition on this item. Okay. I think we've solved the bug for now. Next is Ramesh Madan. Ramesh, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, welcome. Thank you. And next is Shamez Hassan. Shamez, are you there?
Hello.
Welcome. And last, in opposition on this item is Sarah Alouche.
Here.
Welcome. We got a bit of feedback at your end there, Sarah.
Sarah, I can see that you're in the meeting twice, so if you could just ensure that you're only in one window, and that should resolve the feedback issues.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. Did you get that, Sarah? Okay, well, we'll ask clerks to send you a note offline, perhaps.
Is it now? Can you hear me better?
Yes, fantastic, thank you. Two devices in the same room logged into the same meeting can do that. So it's happened to all of us, though, fear not. Next, the Ritchie item.
I believe that there is one additional speaker on item 3.10, which is Peter Sharma.
Oh, sorry, Peter, what's the last name spelling?
Sharma.
Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am. It's actually Parush, so it's spelled Paurush.
Farouche? Got it. Thank you. Anybody else for the McTaggart item? Okay, not hearing any. Next up is the Ritchie item.
Items 311 and 312 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 311, bylaw 19353, amendment to the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 312, charter bylaw 19354, to allow for small-scale infill development, Ritchie?
Yes, I have Trent Portugal to answer questions only from the City of Edmonton. Trent, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome. And Jennifer Van Popta to answer questions only, also from the City of Edmonton.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great, and no one in opposition on that item.
Items 313 and 314 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 313, bylaw 19314, amendment to the Glen Rating Ravine Neighborhood Structure Plan, or item 314, charter bylaw 19315, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing and a range of low-density housing forms, Glen Rating Ravine?
Yes. I have Elise Shillington again from Stantec, and joined for this item by Dylan Hunchak to answer questions only from Anthem United. Dylan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Great. And no one in opposition.
Items 315 and 316 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 315, amendment to the Highlands Neighborhood Planning Study, amendment to the Highlands Neighborhood Planning Study, or item 316, charter bylaw 19347, to allow for the continued use of a public park, Highlands?
Yes, I have Trent Portugal again from the City of Edmonton, and no one in opposition.
Items 317, 318, and 319 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 317, bylaw 19356, amendment to the Riverview Area Structure Plan? Item 318, bylaw 19357, amendment to the Stillwater Neighborhood Structure Plan? Or item 319, charter bylaw 19358, to allow for low and medium density residential development, Stillwater?
Yes, I have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec Consulting.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Alex Braun to answer questions only from Mattamy Corporation.
And Mattamy is reviewing the drain pipe below.
Sorry, is Alex Braun there?
Where the pipe coming from.
Alex, it sounds like you're on the phone with someone else right now.
We'll assume that, boy, that's dangerous if you unmute somebody who might be doing something else. We'll assume Alex is there though, so we'll, and there's no one in opposition on 317, 318, 319, so.
Is there anyone to speak to item 320, Charter Bylaw 19343, to allow for multi-unit housing in the form of row housing de Rocher?
Yes, we have again Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec, who we just heard from, and no one in opposition on that item.
Items 321 and 322 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 321, Bylaw 19344, Amendment to the Ellerslie Area Structure Plan, or item 322, Charter Bylaw 19345, to allow for small-scale retail, commercial, small-scale industrial opportunities, and industrial business uses Ellerslie Industrial?
Yes, I have Leah Mantika to answer questions only from Entity Developments. Leah, are you there? Good afternoon, and no one in opposition.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
on a point of, oh, now it stopped. We were, some of us were getting background music for a while. A reminder to get everybody to mute their microphones might be out.
Noted. Thank you very much, Councillor McKean. Background music is not the soundtrack to our lives, so thank you for that. Next then is the West Ingle westbound item.
Yes, item 323 and 324 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 323, Bylaw 19089, Amendment to the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 324, Charter Bylaw 19090, to allow for low-intensity commercial, office, and service uses located along arterial roadways that border residential areas westbound?
Thank you. I have Chelsea Jerzak to answer questions only from Situate Inc.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome, Chelsea. And I have Inji Kim to answer questions only, also from Situate.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And no one in opposition.
Items 325, 326, and 330 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 325, Bylaw 19337, Amendment to the Pilot Sound Area Structure Plan? Item 326, Charter Bylaw 19338, Adoption of the Gorman Neighborhood Structure Plan? Or item 330, Charter Bylaw 19363, Amendment to Bylaw 14380, Arterial Roads for Development to amend the catchment for Ebbers and Gorman Industrial Catchment?
Yes, I have Chelsea Whitty from Dialogue Design.
I'm happy to switch to just question and answer only if there is no opposition.
There doesn't appear to be, so I'll put you down for questions only, Chelsea. Thank you very much. Second up, I have Tammy Carrigan to answer questions only from Sheffer Andrew.
Oh, yes.
Welcome. Third, I have Rian Sheffer to answer questions only from Sheffer Andrew.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. And fourth, I have Jordan Reimer to answer questions only from Dialogue.
Present, thank you.
Great, and no one in opposition for the Pilot Sound Gorman item. Next.
Items 327 and 328 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 327, Bylaw 19226, Amendment to the Greaseball Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or item 328, Charter Bylaw 19227, to allow for multi-unit housing for 6 stories Greaseball?
Yes, I have Yolanda Liu again to answer questions only from Stantec, joined by Keith Davies to answer questions only from Stantec Consulting Limited. Keith, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon.
Great. And Kyle Braithwaite to answer questions only from Forum Properties.
I'm here, thanks.
Welcome. And in opposition, I have Michael Brockbank.
I'm here.
Welcome. Thank you. And that's everyone I have for the Griesbaugh item. Last but not least, the Horse Hill item.
Is there anyone to speak to item 329, Charter Bylaw 19355, to allow for single detached housing, a pocket park, and public utility corridor, rural northeast Horse Hill?
Yes, I have Patrick Shaver from Avilia Developments Limited.
Thank you.
Welcome, Patrick, and that's to speak. And then I have Om Joshi to answer questions only from WSP in Canada.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. And Don Taylor to answer questions only, also from WSP in Canada.
I'm here as well. Thank you.
Welcome. In opposition, I have Jim Guerra.
I'm here.
Welcome. Charlene Guerra.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. I have Tina Kenny or Ryan Kenny.
Hi, yes, we're here.
Okay, both of you are here?
Yes, maybe.
Yes, but it may be only one of us speaking.
Okay, we'll just need to, if both of you choose to, we can certainly register both of you. We just are required to treat you as individuals rather than a panel. So let us know when we get to you who you would like to speak. And if you both would, you're certainly both welcome to. We just have to note you both down separately and deal with you each in turn. But thank you for being on the line here, and we'll see when we get to you what you would like to do. And last but not least is Maria Rodriguez.
I don't believe that Maria has checked in, if Devin could confirm, but our office has been in touch with her.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have one additional person on the line who is not registered to speak, Jay McMartin. So if we could confirm their intention.
So to Jay McMartin, thank you for joining us. Could you just clarify which item you are wishing to participate with? Jay?
Jay has just left the meeting.
Was it something I said? All right, well, if they rejoin, please do let me know. All right, let's do selection of items for debate then. I don't know if we have a speaker's order in the chat. I'm having a little trouble getting to that. Okay, so I think the first selection is from Councillor McKean, then Councillor Essinger, then Councillor Cartmel. Let me know if I've got that wrong. Councillor McKean?
Yes, I will select items 3, 4, and 3, 9. And my apologies, Mr. Mayor. On 323 and 24, was there any opposition?
Sorry, on which one?
323, 324.
No opposition.
Let me just...
No opposition.
Correct.
I will stay with 3, 4, and 3, 9. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Councillor Essinger?
I would like to select 327 and 328.
The Griesbaugh items have been selected by the Griesbaugh councillor, Councillor Essinger. Thank you. And I suppose I should say the Glenora items have been selected by Councillor McKean. And Councillor Cartmel, what would you like?
310, please, the McTaggart item.
McTaggart. Got it. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Any other selections today?
Yeah, if no one else will grab it, we should select 329 and 330. I think we had people in opposition to that, and there's a recommendation of non-support.
329.
9.
Just
330.
Sorry, yeah, 329. Yeah, no, sorry, 329, my mistake.
Okay, Councillor Henderson has selected 329. Got it. Any other selections?
Mayor, I'll close public hearing. I'll move closure of public hearing on all other items.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Seconder for that?
Second.
Councillor
Second.
Councillor Banga seconds closure of the public hearing on the items not selected for debate today. So that's everything but 3.4, 3.9, 3.10, 3.27, 28, and 29. So that represents the omnibus then today by exemption from debate. So to close public hearing, please vote. Oh, look at that. Everyone's able to use VoteBot today. What a delightful experience.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Splendid. Please display the votes. That is carried 12-0. Next.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to do the amendments first, 3.5 and 3.15?
Sure. That makes, or would
Okay,
the,
so I'll move
hold on,
the
let me
amendments
just
to
double check.
3.5 and 3.15.
Second.
Is law or clerks concerned about the order in which we do the amendments, the resolutions rather than the bylaws?
You can go ahead with the resolutions first.
Super. Okay, then with the resolutions first, it's moved by Councillor Katarina and seconded by, was that Councillor Banga again?
Banga.
Great. Okay, please vote on the recommendations for the non-statutory plan amendments.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried 12-0 as well.
And Mr. Mayor, a question on 3.25 and 26 and 3.30 to be dealt with together. 2.5 and 2.6 state first and second reading only. 3.30 does not state that. So I need some clarification from the clerk on whether that's included in first and second only for 3.30.
It's my understanding that item 330 can get 3 readings.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just stop short for third reading on 325 and 325 and 326, but all the others can stand for, or pardon me, 3.5 and 3.6 are also
1 and 2 as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
3.6, 25 and 26 will be first and second only.
Correct, but we can do first reading on everything that hasn't been selected, so go ahead, and we'll call that the omnibus.
Yeah, I'll move the omnibus on all items that have not been selected for first reading.
Second.
Thank you. On first reading of those items that have been exempted from debate, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. Carried 12-0. Second reading?
I'll move second reading on the omnibus.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
That's 12, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried 12-0. Consideration?
And I'll move consideration for the omnibus excluding 3.6 and 3.25 and 3.26 as those were only for second reading.
Gotcha. So to allow third reading to proceed on all of the exempt bylaws today that are up for third reading, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. And display the vote. That's carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of bylaw 19359, 19360, 19361, 19348, 19342, 19353, 19354, 19314, 19315, 19347, 19356, 19357, 19358, 19343, 19344, 19345, 19089, 19090, and 19363.
Second.
Well, that is a good day's work. If it passes, please vote. Not to prejudice the results, of course. I guess the hearing's closed. It's okay to be prejudiced now.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Statutorily speaking, anyway. Display the vote. That's carried. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Well done. That should hold us over until August now, eh? Okay, so we still do have a few items before us, though, of course, starting with the first of the two Glenora items, item 3.4, to allow for low-intensity commercial office and service uses Glenora. I'll just say to those of you who joined us for all of those other items, thank you for making yourselves available. And you're free to stay and observe, of course, but your items have been dealt with. So we'll now wait for people to drop off the call, maybe for just another minute, while Mr. Ford gets ready with the presentation for item 3.4.
Mr. McClellan will be doing it remotely.
Oh, okay, fair enough. You just looked really eager, Mr. Ford. Good to go? Okay, proceed with the presentation, please.
Good afternoon. This application is to change the zoning for a site in the Glenora neighborhood from the RF1 single attached residential zone with a mature neighborhood overlay to the CB1 low intensity business zone with the main streets overlay. The subject site is 650 square meters in size, located on the northeast corner of Stony Plain Road and 138th Street. Stony Plain Road is an arterial road at this location, bordering residential areas to the north and the south. Next slide. The Valley Line West LRT will also follow Stony Plain Road here, and the site is between two stops, approximately 275 meters from the West Block stop to the west, and 460 meters from the Glenora stop to the east. The purpose of the proposed CB1 low-intensity business zone is to provide for low-intensity commercial, office, and service uses located along arterial roadways that border residential areas. This site fits this locational description well, and there are many examples in Edmonton of the CB1 zone being compatible with low-density residential neighborhoods. The Main Streets overlay modifies some regulations about the CB1 zone, mainly reducing setbacks along streets to encourage pedestrian interaction with storefronts, and raising the height from approximately 3 stories to approximately 4 stories to encourage mixed-use residential floors above ground-level commercial uses. As a point of clarification, administration's report made reference to the maximum height of the CB1 zone of 12 meters instead of the increased height under the Main Streets overlay of 14.5 meters. Next slide. This rezoning is also supported by the transit-oriented development guidelines. Around neighborhood station types such as these, the guidelines suggest that retail is appropriate on sites with direct access to an arterial or collector road supported by curbside parking, but that auto-oriented site design is not appropriate. Employment uses are considered appropriate on arterial or collector roads located above ground floor retail. This site is located on an arterial road and could be supported by curbside parking along 138th Street and or 103rd Avenue. The Main Streets overlay would ensure any future design is pedestrian friendly and not auto-oriented, meeting directions of the TOD guidelines. Next slide. The mixed-use nature of development that is desired around LRT stations and along this LRT line is not always going to be achieved in mixed-use buildings, but can also be achieved through a mixture of zones. A good example of this is a little further down the valley line on 156th Street, just south of 95th Avenue, in the Sherwood and Meadowlark Park neighborhoods. With RF1 neighborhoods on both sides, along this 3-block stretch following the LRT, there's RF1, RF3, RF4, RF5, RA7, 2 DC2s, CNC, and CSC, as well as the highlighted CB2 sites approved recently in 2018. The CB1 zone on the Glenora site could be a first step towards creating the same kind of diverse corridor in a similar neighborhood context. Next slide. In closing, the proposed CB1 zone with Main Streets overlay is appropriate for this location because it is designed for sites along arterial roadways that border residential areas such as this, and ensures any future redevelopment is pedestrian-oriented, providing visual interest, transparent storefront displays, and amenities for pedestrians as recommended by the Transit-Oriented Development Guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now get the presentation from Mr. Hundert. Marshall, are you there? Marshall?
Ask that, sorry.
There we go. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I was just going to ask that this current map be left up on the screen. I did want to address a couple items there, so if that could be maintained, I'd appreciate that. Are you hearing me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, if you're able to, would you mind putting that slide back up that shows, or at least so you can see it. It's the first page of admin's report. Mr. McClellan had it up on his presentation. Yes, thank you very much. So I just wanted to run through a few things. Mr. McClellan certainly provided all of the points, and I agree with all of them, and he's told you why it is an appropriate location. I just want to give you a little bit more background to the application. So as you can see on the map here, the rezoning site is the westernmost of 3 lots. There's a small island here of 3 lots. It's surrounded by 3 roadways, and there's a lane, and then there's another 2 lots further to the east. But again, in terms of abutting lots, there are these 3 properties. So of course, there's our subject lot for rezoning. The next 2 immediately adjacent properties, as you move to the east, both of these property owners have provided written support for the rezoning. I believe that administration has copies of those. I don't know if you have them in your package or not, but both of those existing adjacent owners have submitted their written response and said they support the rezoning. This rezoning, it's being made by an existing business operator who currently operates a dental ceramics laboratory downtown. This use is for his use only, or I should say the site is intended for his use only. And I think probably more importantly, he's not a commercial developer. He has no intention to remove the existing house. In fact, he was maintaining the house. He wants to do some interior alterations that will allow it to work for his business, but there's no intent here to do a more comprehensive development by way of acquiring or rezoning other lots. There was discussion about whether it was appropriate for adjacent properties to join in this rezoning. They have declined. They're just not interested at this time, but they do both support rezoning. But this is a standalone rezoning parcel for one end user who is an existing business operator in downtown Edmonton and wishes to locate to a property that he can purchase and own and operate out of. His current operation as downtown, it would go to this location, has between 4 and 6 employees. That is relatively the same through the rezoning and moving to the site. On average per week, there's a very limited number of customers. They don't tend to do business in that fashion. They supply their dental ceramics directly to the dental office, but they expect that on average it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 visits per week. So a very limited amount of traffic that would be generated to this site. Right now, this property has access to 138th Street. That's how you access the property and its garage. That is also intended to be maintained. So as I mentioned, there's no intent here to change the footprint. There were some technical advisements provided throughout the circulation by transportation, by drainage, and by EPCOR about some of the improvements that might have to occur if this site was to be redeveloped into a more intensive and a much larger building. And we're aware of those. We reviewed all of those and we accept them, but they will not apply in this current application should it be successful, and we are able to apply for development permit because, as I said, we're only looking to do interior alterations. Mr. Mayor, that's all I wanted to provide at the moment. I understand there is some opposition and some questions to be raised by some local residents, and I'm quite happy and willing to respond to those when I have an opportunity later in this hearing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hundred. There are questions for you now, so I'll go to Councillor McKean for those. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hundred, thanks for your presentation. It is completely different than what I was anticipating. So let me ask you a couple of questions to start with. Is there room on site for at least some of the employee parking?
Yes, there could be a number of sites created on this property. The intent is to maintain the garage, but through development permit application, if it's required that we do have a need for more on site, removing that garage and extending the garage pad certainly doubles the amount of cars that we could put on that site. So yes, there is room to provide a modest number. We don't believe we need too many more, but yes, there is opportunity to provide parking on site.
Yeah, it's just an old bugaboo of mine about not having neighborhoods be employee parking lots, but that is sounding like the number of employees won't be much. So just to confirm, there's no goal here of demolishing and rebuilding a larger facility?
No, sir, there is no intent to do that in any means. It's just to accommodate, to maintain the existing footprint of the building. As I mentioned, there will be some changes to the interior. There may be some cosmetic changes to the outside in terms of possibly window upgrades, but it will remain looking like the current structure it is, which is a residential building.
And yet you sought this rezoning. Can you explain that?
The current operator is downtown. They're renting a space because they really don't have walk-in traffic. That location really, hasn't proved to be beneficial to them. And I think the operator is now looking to purchase a site and to move his dental ceramics operation into a building, and that is this site. This is he feels more central.
Let me rephrase the question. This is more, it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that this is more zoning than is required for your client's operations and may have created more concern in the community than was warranted. So I'm just wondering if you would be amenable, and I'll have to ask administration about this, these sort of home-based businesses wouldn't require this kind of rezoning, I don't think. And so are you willing, do you think your client would be willing to look at that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. So let me just address it. So the operator isn't going to move into this structure. That would be a requirement of home-based business. So this is going to be the intent, at least, is to rezone it so it can be occupied by his business. Prior to applying and our initial consultations with the planning department, there really is no standard zone that would allow this. There are other commercial zones that really aren't appropriate. But in terms of its adjacency to both the arterial roadway and to have development regulations that make it considered because of its residential adjacency, this CD1, I think, is quite definitely the most appropriate use. But it couldn't be considered to be a home occupancy because there will not be a resident living in the building.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to ask some questions of administration around this. And if you hear me ask anything that you'd want to jump back in on, you will have an opportunity at our new information. Thank you, Mr. Humbert. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hundred at this point? Not seeing any. Then we'll now hear from Sylvia Taylor. Sylvia, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead. The floor is yours for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Worship and City Councillors. My husband and I have been Glenora residents for almost 30 years. We chose Glenora both for its thriving residential character and for its access to arterial roadways. We were comfortable allowing our children the freedom to walk and bike within the area when going to schools or visiting friends. Many new families are now choosing the community for its family-oriented lifestyle, including families who chose to live on the north side of Stony Plain Road specifically to avoid the need for their children to deal with busy streets. We feel that any increase of business within this area would seriously undermine this family-friendly lifestyle. We have enjoyed this location for its already convenient proximity to retail businesses and other services. We chose the community because it itself was not commercially developed, but was instead a true residential space. We do not feel that commercial development in our area is needed nor appropriate, since so much is already nearby. Commercialization along Stony Plain Road will negatively impact our community. At present, it falls within the city's Main Street overlay plans, but the city's plans for the LRT along Stony Plain Road will seriously affect access to such businesses and will hence remove many of the attributes of being a main street, especially when considering business traffic such as delivery vehicles. The LRT will create very limited access and exits for traffic along Stony Plain Road. This site is only convenient for a delivery truck heading west and planning to continue west. Any other situation would force business traffic into the residential neighborhood. For example, if a delivery vehicle was heading east on Stony Plain Road and wanted to access this lot, it would have to drive to 135th Street, go once around Glenora Elementary School, then cross Stony Plain Road at 136th Street, come into the neighborhood next to the playground, the play school, the community league, and a junior high school. The road was already congested much of the day with regular school business. The alternative would be to access the community by entering at 103 Avenue off of 142nd Street, which is already seeing heightened traffic due to West Block development. Parking issues and extra traffic will create undesirable living areas for all and will cause serious safety concerns both daytime and evening for children going to nearby schools, hockey rinks, and playgrounds. I would like to point out that this corner, 138th Street, is a main access corridor for students walking to St. Vincent's Catholic Elementary and to Westminster Junior High. 103rd Avenue, directly behind this proposed business site, is also a very active corridor for students walking to and from Glenora Elementary. The city report states that this is not an ideal location for a business due to its small size of the lot, only 640 square meters after LRT takes a corner. It states it would be better if neighboring land was also available, but that land is not available. The site is essentially halfway between two LRT stops, is surrounded by RF1 properties, and has no other business lots near it. The lot size would have further limitations if providing parking on premises. This lot is unquestionably better suited for a residential purpose. Excuse me. Since there was rather limited public engagement for this rezoning, I undertook an informal survey and spoke with residents at 38 homes in close proximity to this site, which is approximately half the homes in that area. Only 4 of these had received any prior notice from the city. 71% were opposed to this site being rezoned to CB1. The main concerns were the dangers of heightened business traffic in the community, especially considering the amount of child activity in the area, and especially if this site creates a domino effect and brings further business to the section of Stony Plain Road. The respondents' common message was that this site should remain residential use only. Since the city administration has identified a number of limitations for business development at the site, and since a solid majority of residents in very close proximity oppose such development, rezoning this site to CB1 should not be approved. We had overall received very little information about what was planned for this site, and there was no public engagement from the city for us to learn more. Most people knew that if the same structure was staying, that was not a super serious concern to us, but we are all concerned that with that zoning, anything else could happen another year or two down the line, and then it could be the problem of more business into the area.
Well, thank you, Ms. Taylor. You timed that very neatly to the 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Taylor? Councillor McKean?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Taylor, thanks for your presentation. I wanted to ask you a couple things. So, Mr. Hundard's presentation described this as a low-intensity professional services operation with not very many customers coming and going, and a half dozen employees that could be with parking on the site. I mean, we do have these kind of professional services inside houses all over the ward I represent. I don't know if you knew that before today either, but does that change your mind at all? That it's a fairly, it'd be like a small law office or a small dentist office inside a house along this stretch. Did that change your mind?
Only slightly, not much, because I had heard a rumor that that was what was going to be there, but I hadn't had any verification of that. I don't feel there is room for 5 or 6 cars on the property.
Right.
It would be street parking for most. The main concern is that this would begin a business zoning area of this stretch of Stony Plain Road. And no matter what kind of business it is, I understand pedestrian and customers, it's not a high impact, but any kind of delivery services, those kind of delivery trucks we really do not want to have. And if there's business garbage pickup, that affects people early in the morning, different time zones to what a normal residential garbage would be. So it's those kinds of impacts that we are most concerned about. And I didn't ask. Sorry, Jeff, I did send a document for everybody with the results of the survey of the neighborhood. I hope you got that.
No, I was just. I didn't get a chance to ask Mr. Hundred about any deliveries to that operation, but I will ask those questions of administration, and Mr. Hundred might want to come back later on new information on whether or not there would be large delivery trucks coming to the operation that he described. So, unfortunately, we've got to focus on this one item. I hear you on the other part about a domino effect, but unfortunately, this is the one item before us today, and we have to deal with that. So thanks again for your presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Taylor? No? Okay. Then we'll go now to questions of administration. Councillor McKean, do you have questions for administration?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if it's you, Mr. McClellan, but it seems to me that this seems like zoning overkill for what is proposed, and that it raises probably some concern in the community that might not be warranted. If this is going to be a business operating out of the existing home with interior renovations, there might have been far less concern than what I was hearing. So was there not another way to do this without having to go to a CB1 rezoning?
Well, Councillor, the CB1 rezoning was the one that was applied for by the applicant. We did discuss other options. The other one could potentially be the C&C zone, and that was referred to. My understanding was that the applicant wanted the slightly larger range of commercial uses that is the CB1 zone allows, and we do see the CB1 zone as compatible here, whereas C&C is a little bit more intended for not along arterial roads and major corridors, but a bit more inside neighborhoods on local roads and that kind of thing. This is a TOD location within 400 meters of a future LRT station. There's definitely an intent to change the area from being houses along Stony Plain Road, and that's what the TOD guidelines are very clear about. So the CD1 zone is what was applied for, and from our perspective, we think that it's appropriate.
Yeah, I think what I guess my initial concern here is I don't know what to vote on. And our lawyers are probably in the room. Mr. Hunter describes a very low intensity, low impact style of business. But if we approve this zoning a year from now, somebody could come along, demolish that house and build up a 4-story mixed use building with the community maybe not recognizing that was going to happen. Any thoughts on that?
Well, obviously with our analysis, we do have to consider not just this applicant's intent, which may be to reuse the existing building, but obviously we have to look at the redevelopment of the site. And most of our analysis in our report focuses on that redevelopment because that is the higher potential. But to be frank, the idea of a mixed-use 4-story building is exactly what the TOD guidelines would suggest for a location like this. And the CD1 zone, while not really a mixed-use zone, it does allow for multiple levels of residential apartments above ground floor commercial uses. So this is what we want to see around neighborhood LRT stations. And the TOD guidelines have been very clear for that for many years. And so the CD1 zone is a way of starting the process of transforming this area.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I'm about to run out of time, just yell. Mr. McClellan, the argument that we had before when we were dealing with an earlier application is this was one stretch of the LRT alignment that is largely green and residential, and that there were considerable opportunities in other parts of the line for commercial development. And do we not have any way of parsing that? Do we not see that? Like, it frustrates me a little bit that residential could be converted to commercial this easily, and we just sort of say, well, LRT and yet I'm asking you this. I think I know your answer, which is you want this corridor to be mixed use through Stony Plain Road through Glenora.
Councillor, if I may, it's not specifically Mr. McClellan wanting the corridor being a mixed use. However, it's the larger strategic direction through Connect Edmonton and the Urban Places agenda, as well as TOD guidelines and the significant investment in LRT and using that to lever private investment through rebuilding the city, such as through putting a commercial use that's completely appropriate between the two stations on the Valley Line here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just one more question. So in the presentation, you gave a good example of CB zoning on 156th Street, just south of 95th Avenue. I know that well. I live a few blocks away from that. So I think that's a great example of actually some of the development that can happen with the rethinking of corridors. The difference is, and this is the only part that I'm struggling with, and is that site, as an example, was, I believe, 3 or 4 single-family homes, probably 4 if I remember correctly, and it allowed for something that worked really well in terms of design, and I think will work well in terms of the businesses, and they're in the process of leasing it. Whereas this is a standalone single site, and because of the smaller footprint or lot size, it doesn't really permit that. So I am wondering how we look at commercial development on smaller lots, and because I think about other zoning we've done in the past, which is that we typically try not to isolate areas, and so I wouldn't mind some thoughts on that.
Yes, Councillor. The site size was sort of the thing that in our council report we kind of talked about as a bit of a concern. The way I would sort of put that in perspective is we do see that a larger site would be more ideal for some of the reasons that you said, but we also don't see it as a significant problem, and obviously not one that we would suggest refusing the application because of. We have an applicant who thinks they can make a development work on a site of this size, even the CB1 zone. And from our perspective, we don't see a reason why not to give them the chance to do that. The 650 meter site, because of the Main Street overlay, it does allow them to have a building envelope roughly around 430 square meters, which is small. It's not super common to have a standalone commercial building of that size, but it's not unprecedented. And especially even if there were to be a new development and it wasn't the existing building that was being used, you could imagine something like a dental office sitting in a space like that without issue. So the site size was not perfectly ideal for us, but not a huge problem either.
And I guess, interestingly enough, and I think Councillor McKee was talking a bit about this, the smaller site actually may address a lot of the community concerns that I think we received in correspondence, because you can't build something as large as if you had 3 buildings zoned CB1 where you could do something more substantial like the development you mentioned that I live close by to. It's not that much taller than homes, but it covers a larger overall footprint. So is that a fair comment? It oddly almost covers that side of things.
Certainly to some extent, yeah. I think when you look at the CB1 zone, and look at the expanded set of uses, that expansion of uses becomes a little bit less concerning when you realize that a lot of them just can't practically function on a site like this. Things like a hotel or a media studio, these are things that are just not going to happen on a site like this. So I think the CB1 zone on a small site size is probably going to lead to a very neighborhood-oriented commercial use. And again, with this location being on an arterial road within 400 meters of an LRT station, that just further reinforces that having a mixed-use opportunity or a range of uses on this zone is appropriate.
Fair. Yeah, I guess I think I'll leave it there, actually. Thank you. Okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? For administration?
Could I ask a question, please?
Not just yet. However, I'll come back to you under new information, Ms. Taylor. Thank you very much. First, I'll check to see if there is any new information from Mr. Hundred. Yes, from the applicant, Mr. Hundred.
Thank you, Worship. I do have some new information, but I know that there was a question raised by Councillor McKee that I did want to address. I think he was asking about delivery vehicles. So again, this is an existing dental ceramics operation. Essentially, they make dentures, just so you know what kind of a product we're talking here, and dental implants. There's absolutely no reason for a large delivery truck to be attending this site. They certainly do have their dental and medical supplies, and they would be delivering the finished dental ceramics to various dental offices. But again, we're not talking about these very small items, certainly not requiring large truck. And we're quite aware that once the LRT is built and some of the access is just a little bit more circuitous, we're aware of that. But again, because of the very low rate of traffic generated to the site on any kind of a regular basis, certainly the operator doesn't see that as any kind of impediment to operating a successful business here. So he is aware of those concerns, and so are we, and administration has made aware of, through the Transportation Department's comments of those as well, and we don't see any of those as an obstacle to successfully operating this business here. I think what Mr. McClellan was just saying about the site size is something I was going to address, and I thank him for what he has said. But again, the very limited size of this parcel, I think, directly addresses the concerns raised by the community. This is a very small site when you talk about a commercial redevelopment, and it's because a single business user has chosen it to locate his business in. He's not a commercial developer, and frankly, because of LRT and a recent expropriation, the site has gotten even a little bit smaller. So it just really has no future potential as a much bigger building. Yes, it could have a larger building footprint if redevelopment were to occur, But of course, the only way to successfully do that would be to provide either underground parking or some kind of parking. It just can't be a bigger building. We'd have to address all the regulations of the bylaw, and certainly parking is one. So anything much bigger certainly would require construction of parking, and those are going to limit the size and intensity of a use that could eventually happen here on this site. So I think that a lot of the uses, as Mr. McClellan mentioned in the CB1, they just could not fit on this site or not appropriate. But you do see throughout the city homes converted to professional offices. So it's certainly not something that's unusual. It's not trailblazing. And this operator believes that he can make that work. I did want to just touch a little bit on the suggestion that there was limited public engagement. I think in terms of the standard zone and the catchment area in terms of notices, that was provided by admin. The site does have a rezoning sign on it, and the Glenora Community League received the application notice when it was made back in February or March. So I don't think, it's certainly not on our part, has there ever been an intent not to provide that kind of information. And so that leads to a bit of a concern from our side when we review the petition or the informal survey that was done. Is I believe that the understanding at that point was that this site was going to be demolished and a much more intense business erected here. And I believe that's why there is the level of objection that was mentioned by Mrs. Taylor. So I'm just not sure that there's the understanding at that time of what we were proposing. So that is the intent. There is no further agenda here that was suggested. It's not looking to acquire further sites. We're only dealing with this site today, and the applicant, the operator of the ceramics business, is quite anxious to move from his downtown location and to immediately start to make this site ready for his business. So I am requesting the council consider all three readings today, and again, I am available if any other questions come up, but I believe that most of those concerns from the neighborhood side really may have been just misinformed because of a lack of understanding of what the intent was here with this application. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Mr. Hundert on his new information? Not seeing any. Ms. Taylor, new information?
Yes, thank you. If I could address a few items there. Before I did this, I only heard about the CB1 zoning coming up a week ago. And that's when a lot of the neighborhoods heard about it. The Community League did not spread any information to the community about it. The general consensus of our Community League is to stay arm's length from issues that might be divisive in the neighborhood and these sorts of development situations. I did know that the light site was probably going to remain the same structure, and I did mention that to everybody when I was canvassing the neighborhood, and they were still very concerned about the fact that it would have the stronger business zoning on it and that something else could be happening farther down the line. I know that certainly the people that are living in that area right along Stony Plain have had many people come and contact them about trying to do other development along there. I believe there could be some fairly serious development pressure if somebody else along there says they are willing to sell. I could see somebody coming to this business and offering them some kind of special deal for it to go bigger, since if you do pass the CB1, then there is that opportunity for them to do more development there. I believe it was Andrew that mentioned that, I forget the name, that there could have been a different zoning, and that's my question, is what is the lesser zoning that could have applied there? And I believe he mentioned something like C and C. I don't know what that entails. And would that be a better fit to maintain this as making sure that it doesn't become a much larger structure or a different development in the future?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Questions for Ms. Taylor on the new information? Okay, not seeing any. Are there any follow-up questions for administration based on the new information?
Yes, I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Thank you. I was interested in the notion that if they were to do a larger commercial down the road, they wanted to do something larger on this site, what would be the parking requirements? And in fact, would it force them to have some underground parking?
Councillor McGinn, in regards to any proposal, we will be relying on the applicant to provide us an understanding of what the intent is and what the parking requirements are associated with their intentions and the business they're wanting to have. It will be, depending on the type of zone, it can be a discussion at the development permit stage or at the zoning level. But keeping in context that any zoning at this location will be next to an LRT station, providing the opportunity for alternative modes of transportation.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor, and I'd be prepared to move closure when you're finished your calls.
Sure. Is there any other new information? New information which arose during the public hearing? Not hearing any, then Councillor McKean, go ahead with a closure motion on item 3.4.
Yeah, I will move to close the public hearing on bylaw 19346.
Seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Zadig. All right, to close public hearing, please vote.
We have 12.
And display the vote. That's carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move first reading of 19346 and then speak to it briefly.
Okay. Need a seconder still? Thank you, Councillor Zadig. Okay, speaking to it, go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to thank Ms. Taylor for coming in and providing her submissions to us and that of her neighbors. I walked into this today very skeptical because I do think that particular corridor along the LRT alignment is unique and personally I think has value in protecting it. And if this was a residential proposal of some density, I would have been more open to it than commercial. But the applicant or the applicant's representative submissions today that this is a low intensity business and the intent is to have a dental ceramics business underway in that building does not raise red flags for me. Yes, there'll be some additional traffic and yes, there'll be some additional need for parking, but we can and probably will at some point have to do, if there isn't already in place, some sort of parking program to ensure there's not parasitic parking around the LRT. So the employees for this business, if they cannot park on site, may have to take advantage of underground parking nearby at the 142nd Street development. There is potential there as well. But I do think the intensity of this particular business, as described to us, will not change the quality of life for people there. Yes, a bit more traffic, but I don't think it'll be noticeable. Yes, a bit more parking, but I think we can control that with our own parking measures. So it adds up to me tipping into yes on this, and so I support it and welcome the votes of others on council.
Thank you very much. please vote on first reading.
We have 12.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried 12-0.
Mr. Mayor, I will move second reading on item 3.4.
Thank you.
Second.
Second reading, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried 12-0.
I will move consideration of third reading on item 3.4. Second.
Thank you. To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
We have 12, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19346. Second.
Thank you. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have 12.
Display the vote. That is carried. Okay. So that's the first Glenora item. Next is Charter Bylaw 19256 to allow for a 4-story residential building with a single commercial unit, North Glenora. Presentation, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. This application is to rezone to allow for a 4-story residential building with a small commercial unit in the North Glenora neighborhood. The site, located on the corner of 135th Street and 109th Avenue, zoned RF5, it currently is occupied by a 3-story low-rise building, which was originally constructed in 1955. To the northwest of the site is the North Glenora Park and Coronation School, which are predominantly surrounded by medium-density development with apartments to the north of the parks and row housing to the east, west, and south. Moving towards the interior of the neighborhood are RF1 properties and low-density development. 109th Avenue and 135th Street are both part of the city's bicycle network in the form of shared roadways that connect with protected bike lanes to the east and south in Westmount and Glenora. 135th Street is a transit route which connects with the Westmount Transit and Shopping Centre and Coronation Park, which are approximately 500 meters to the north. The proposed DC2 provision would allow for the construction of a 4-story, primarily residential building with a small commercial unit at grade at the northwest corner of the site. The proposal is similar to the RA7 zone, with moderate increases to height and density, which are mitigated in large part due to the site context. The site is surrounded by road right-of-ways to the north, south, and west, which act as buffers that help to mitigate the impacts of additional height and reduce setbacks at this location. The proposed building is well buffered from the property, which is directly adjacent, as a substantial separation is proposed to the home to the east due to a closed utility corridor, which creates a 7.5-meter separation between the two buildings. As the building height is restricted to 18 meters, the majority of the shadowing would fall within the adjacent roadways. At 4 stories, the proposed building is addressing the missing middle gap in a contextual and sensitive way. While North Glenora is well served by larger commercial centres outside of the neighbourhood to the north and west, there is no local commercial opportunity found within the neighbourhood. As a result, the size of the proposed commercial unit is restricted in size to provide a locally oriented amenity and is expected to attract different types of businesses than the larger commercial operations which attract traffic from outside the neighbourhood. The scale of commercial encourages neighbourhood walkability and has the ability to act as a gathering and social space for local residents. The provision provides certainty about what types of businesses could be located there to ensure compatibility, and also provides for conversion options for the space if a suitable tenant can't be found. The North Glenora Community Plan provides a direction for redevelopment in the neighbourhood and is generally supportive of density at this location. Guiding principles of this non-statutory plan seek to accommodate redevelopment, which is consistent with surrounding development, as well as maintain the current mix of housing in the neighbourhood. Commercial guidance in the plan is to deny support for intrusive businesses and commercial activities which require changes to rezoning. Given the limited scale of the proposed commercial space, significant impacts to traffic and parking are not expected, and this use would not be defined as intrusive. The application was reviewed against the residential infill guidelines in addition to the community plan. While the application does not generally meet the location criteria of the guidelines, it generally conforms to the parking, built form, building design, site layout, and streetscape criteria by including the use of high-quality materials, articulation, street frontage, and lane access. Although the height is not stepped down to the abutting site to the east, it is buffered by the utility corridor. Overall, this application proposes a development that is in line with the intent of the guidelines. With the increases in development rights, the application is required to provide for affordable housing in line with Policy C5882 and community amenity contributions in line with Policy C599. Both policies have been met. In January of 2019, advance notice was sent to the community and a substantial number of responses were received with concerns regarding the commercial components and associated impacts from the development, such as appropriate uses, traffic and parking. A public engagement drop-in session was held in June of last year to obtain feedback. Following this meeting, the proposed size of the commercial space and scope of uses were significantly reduced to address concerns that were raised to better fit the interests of the community. In closing, the proposed DC2 represents an appropriately scaled development located near various amenities, including a park, a school, the North Glenora Community Hall, and alternative transportation options. Limited commercial options at grade are appropriate scaled for its location and provide the opportunity for walkable gathering space for residents of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, let me just get to the right sheet here. Apologies. So first up is Nola Kilmartin from Dualita Architecture. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I think can you hear me okay? I just want to check first.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay,
Nola.
great. I think administration covered off the bulk of issues to address, but I'll just quickly go through a few things. If the city clerk can skip to the next slide, I think we're familiar with the location at this point, and then skip ahead to the aerial image location. Slide number 3, please. Thank you. So we're located just southeast of the North Glenora Park and School site. As Mr. Board mentioned, there is a laneway to the south and a north-south laneway that was closed, and it's a utility corridor, which provides excellent separation space. If we can go to the existing condition slide, the next. And the one after this. Yeah, perfect. So years ago, the utility corridor and that lane you can see in this photo had been planted with mature trees. So a lot of the trees surrounding this site are currently 4 stories tall. The current building on the site is 3 stories and it has surface parking. What we're proposing today is a 4-story with underground parking, so there is greater site coverage. But again, we've got quite a bit of good separation space in between. If we can go to the next slide. This property is 40 years old, or the building is, and the owners, the Candian family, have owned it for over 30 years. They're working with a family member, Daniel Barcelona, who's a developer, and Daniel was actually born on this property, so this is very much a family business. It's a family project. The family is looking for suitable commercial for that small scale size, and working with administration and based on the feedback we received from the community, if a suitable commercial tenant can't be found, it can be converted into a residential unit. So in terms of the architecture, we can pop over to the next slide. We will have a minimum of 2 family-oriented units with private entrances on the main floor. So what we tried to incorporate from the outset was use of brick material to ground the building and to kind of create that feeling of townhomes, which will be there, and then also to enhance the warmth of that commercial space at the corner, and then using lighter materials for the upper floors. the balconies as well are designed to have a good view of the park and school site, and, you know, designed to allow for 3-4 season use as they're slightly enclosed. We can go to the next slide on site integration. We are opposite, I think they're currently zoned DC5, the patio homes. They have a 1990 zoning on them. They have not been redeveloped in a number of years, and perhaps administration has a better idea of when those will be redeveloped. But for the time being, you know, we're increasing this by 1 floor, and it is very much in line with what's likely to come in application. But it does provide a sensitive transition with the spacing to the other properties. If we can go to the next slide, onto community engagement. This project was introduced to the Community League almost 2 years ago, and we tried to keep in touch with them. This wasn't a race to get to public hearing, but the developer is looking to start, you know, construction fairly soon, if council grants that permission. But we've had good relationships with the Community League and good adjustments in this BC2, and made a number of changes, including with the neighbor to the south, where we relocated the parkade ramp location to be sensitive to headlights coming in and out of the parkade, for example, along the south property line. Go to the next slide. The small-scale sidewalk. The family is Italian, and so they're looking for that small kind of cafe that's family-friendly and, you know, suitable for the neighborhood with reasonable hours as well, so not to be disrupted in the evening. So thinking about, you know, some of those small scale patios, like Tiramisu on 124th Street is an example of a small size, or the Next Act hub, you've got those kind of small spaces for just a few tables. On to the next slide. The general feedback we received, I think administration covered it, and adjustments were made as we moved through the application over the 2 years. So if we go to the next slide, we actually reduced the commercial space by 2/3, and it's effectively the size of 1 3-bedroom unit. So we do have that option, and it's written in the BC2 to convert that commercial space to a dwelling, as I mentioned. We really limited the type of commercial uses that would be permitted, and as I said, we modified parking and parkade along the south property line to accommodate the immediate neighbor. We can go to the next slide. So originally, the whole main floor was commercial, and then, again, because of the feedback we received, it's been scaled down to that one corner location that's in orange on your screen. And popping down, and then we've got visitor parking along the south property line. So here's a rendering just to kind of give you a feel. Those are the actual trees on the site. I think it looks quite in scale with the location. And the intention is to have good integration for, you know, kids leaving school, families in the neighborhood being able to meet here at this location. And we can go to the next slide. There's another shot of the style of the balconies. These aren't final design, of course. We'll be doing that at development permit, but to give an idea of the feel and look of the sign. And that is about it. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Questions for Nola?
Yeah, a couple quick ones, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Mexico Martin, in the correspondence I received, there was considerable concern about the commercial, and you were talking to the community. Did you understand what their major concerns were about that? Was it traffic generation or noise, or?
There was traffic and parking, and the original application, because it was to have commercial on the entire first floor, there was a desire for some flexibility for professional services, like a dentist office, coffee shop, potentially specialty food service, potentially a hair salon. So it ends up becoming a much broader range of uses. And then within that list of uses, there could be some undesirable ones which could perhaps generate more traffic than others. So we worked with the administration and the league to reduce that down significantly.
Yeah, I saw that. What are the community contributions, remind me?
There will be a minimum of two three-bedroom townhome style units.
Right.
With one, we have an entrance off 109 Avenue and another off of 135 Street. Because it's a small scale development, those two units alone cover off the community amenity contribution. But we also have affordable housing clause in the DC2 for the 585 policy.
Right. Looks like a pretty nice tree canopy there. You will commit to a program of protecting and preserving those trees?
Yes, those are written into the DC2 as well. That we'll be doing our first report. The existing trees will be boxed and protected and assessed throughout the process.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Ms. Kilmartin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from Ms. Kilmartin? Not seeing any. Are there any questions for Mr. Hernandez? If not, then we will hear now from those in opposition, starting with Arthur Beckett and then Paul Collins. Arthur, go ahead. Arthur, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name's Art Beckett, and I've been a resident of North Glenora for 67 years. And as you know, North Glenora is a small, mature neighborhood. It currently has no commercially zoned properties other than the defunct gas station on the southwest corner. And additionally, there are no buildings in the community higher than 3 stories. The North Glenora Community Plan has several guiding principles, including accommodate redevelopment in a manner consistent with the existing development and zoning of the community, and deny support to intrusive business and commercial activities that require changes to existing zoning. Now, the administration report points out that the term intrusive is not defined within the plan, but they neglect to point out that the term non-intrusive does occur, and it relates specifically to home-based businesses. The obvious interpretation is that any non-home-based businesses requiring rezoning would be seen as intrusive, but for some reason they ignore this and they agree that rezoning in this case is therefore acceptable. The community plan also states that current commercial zoning be retained unless it can be demonstrated to the community that rezoning would provide some exceptional benefit to the community. The administration simply points out that the term exceptional benefit is also not defined within the plan, and then they ignore the point. But if you look at the allowed uses under Schedule B3 of the draft bylaw, I don't think you'll find any that likely meet any person's definition of what would be exceptional. Community interest in having any commercial uses on the site have been lukewarm at best, and the developer has actually responded by scaling back the amount of commercial space and the allowed uses significantly, and they now even include an option to eliminate commercial use entirely, and they then use this as justification to greatly increase the total number of units from the original 28 plan to potentially 36. The administration report simply acknowledges this and raises no question. And for some reason, the administration supports this zoning because commercial space will somehow enhance the community and apparently provide essential services, but they're equally supportive if the commercial space doesn't exist and all those perceived benefits never occur. So if the community plan states that any commercial rezoning will not be supported, and if the developer now isn't even sure that they will have a commercial space, and the administration could go either way, why does this proposal even continue to include commercial rezoning at all? A simple hypothesis is that this proposal was less about commercial rezoning and more about ensuring DC2 zoning, which opens up the potential height of the building to 4 stories and maximum site coverage. I'm not arguing against city policy for increased density in mature neighborhoods. North Glenora already has a significant number of infill, grad suite, and city home developments built or being built that are fully consistent with the community plan and that are in scale with the existing neighborhood. And the Glenora patio home zoning actually allows for the replacement with higher density 3-story structures. And in fact, last month, they applied for development permission to do just that. and replace the existing 58 units with 150 units. So that demonstrates that increasing density has and can continue to be achieved in North Glenora without setting a precedent for massive 4-story buildings and commercial zoning that are totally out of context or scale for a small, mature neighborhood and that totally ignore the guiding principles of the community plan. And if a precedent for 4-story buildings and commercial zoning is set, in a few years, all the apartment buildings, including the patio homes in North Glenora, could easily be replaced by 4-story buildings, and the mature neighborhood envisioned in that community plan simply will no longer exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Paul Collins is next. Or sorry, I should just check. Are there any questions for Mr. Beckett?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask one. It was that was a very comprehensive submission. But Mr. Beckett, the local context looks like a site that is well buffered from surrounding buildings with existing setbacks in a utility corridor, tree canopy. So I'm struggling to see how 4 stories would have a huge impact on the neighboring properties, might, as you say, set precedent, although we will tell you time and again that no single site rezoning sets precedent. But I hear you. So I'm going to ask you about that, the 4 stories being way out of context. And secondly, you know, one of our, I think our overriding goals here is to create healthy communities, we're walkable communities with some small hubs in them where people would be able to go to, meet up, meet their neighbors, that sort of thing. So a single commercial property here does not sound, from all the things that come before us, this does not sound like a wild intrusion into North Glenora. But please give you the opportunity to respond to that.
Okay, well, on the commercial side of it, if you look at the current list of allowed uses in the draft bylaw, you know, there's things like convenience stores and restaurants and things like that. None of which I think really, you know, equate to something that people are going to say, you know, oh the neighborhood's much more walkable. I don't have to walk 10 minutes to go to, you know, Westmount Shopping Center. I can now walk 7 minutes to go to this place. So it sounds good. And the pictures in the presentation, you know, of the sort of French bistro, you know, concept of the restaurant, again, it looks very, very desirable for maybe half the year. But again, I don't think, you know, it really reflects the realities that, you know, the size of the location they're now talking about, where they say just a couple of tables. Well, how walkable or desirable does that really make the community beyond some other, you know, thing that we could be doing? Now, as for the 4 stories, well, it's always been my impression that they want to maximize profit, which I understand. That's what developers do. But maximizing profit by building taller and taller buildings in a very, very small, mature neighborhood, I just don't think is appropriate when they could, you know, keep the height at 3 stories. That's what the patio home zoning allows. It's DC 2307. So they could, you know, get, you know, much more capacity, the number of, you know, units in the building without going so high.
Okay, I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that. So thank you very much, Mr. Beckett.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Beckett? Not seeing any, then thank you. We'll go next to Paul Collins.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hello, my name is Paul Collins, and I am the resident of the property immediately to the south of the proposed development. As such, myself and my property will be significantly impacted by the proposed rezoning and features a site development. My opposition to this project is based on the proposed design. In particular, I'm deeply concerned about the utilization of the lane that separates my property from the apartment. The design, as illustrated on page 5 of the City of Edmonton Administration Report and on slide 12 of the developer's slides presented earlier today, places 7 additional parking stalls for visitors and commercial use along the alley. The current design also depicts moving the dumpster from its existing location deeper within the alleyway up to the southwest corner of the lot to make space for this additional parking. With the proposed development increasing the number of potential residents, this lane will already see heavier traffic than it currently does. Couple this with additional above-ground stalls and the traffic load in the alley, particularly the portion of the alley immediately adjacent to my property, will increase. With one of my bedroom windows looking out over the alley, there will be an indisputable increase in the level of noise from people talking, running their engines, playing music within their vehicles, car alarms, locking their vehicles, etc. This additional parking also represents potential damage to my property, as users of this parking will be required to pull or back out of these stalls into an already narrow and congested lane. Given the predominant size of vehicles people tend to drive in the city, I'm not exactly optimistic that damage to my property will not occur. As previously mentioned, the proposed design's additional parking along the laneway has also shifted the building's dumpster to the southwest corner of the lot, immediately adjacent to the sidewalk. While this may seem small, this is an aesthetic issue. I am not particularly interested in seeing a dumpster from my front yard, nor do I think anyone in the neighborhood is particularly interested in seeing a dumpster on the primary through road of North Glenora, where many individuals walk, cycle, and drive. It would be an eyesore for our beautiful neighborhood. I would rather see the dumpster location swapped with the proposed parking than have the dumpster front and center on our block. Also, on a more selfish note, I'm also very concerned about how the dumpster will be accessed by a garbage truck if it's in its proposed location without causing damage to my garden and property as a whole, something I do not feel has been considered in this design process. I have raised my concerns about the additions of these parking stalls and the potential placement of the dumpster throughout the consultation process, but little has been done to alleviate my concerns. I have not heard or seen any changes to the design nor mitigation plan suggested by either the city administration nor developer. Sarah Ramey, the City of Edmonton planner originally in charge of this project, spoke to me on the phone in September 2019 regarding giving the developer my contact information so that they could potentially address my concerns. Despite giving my permission, I have yet to have the developer contact me in regards to these issues, despite them indicating in their presentation that they have consulted with the neighbor to the south. To be clear, I have not received any communication from the developer since this process began. I want to also be clear about the idea. I'm not inherently opposed to the redevelopment of the existing apartment building. I'm opposed to the current design plan for the building, and I believe it disproportionately affects me and my property with no apparent effort made to address my concerns. Given the city has recently dropped their minimum parking requirements by law and that North Glenora is a residential neighborhood with ample street parking and no parking restrictions, I would suggest that the additional above-ground parking in the proposed design is completely unnecessary and should be removed from the design entirely, especially given the current building doesn't appear to have any. This would greatly alleviate my issues with the proposed development, as it would keep the laneway utilization more in line with the current situation, as well as maintaining the beauty of North Glenora by not pushing a dumpster to the forefront of the property. I would ask the City Council to exercise empathy and consider how they would feel if this design was being proposed next to their home, as well as how they would feel if their concerns had been voiced but inadequately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Questions? Councillor McKean? Sorry, were there any questions for Mr. Collins? Perhaps not. Well, thank you very much for evidently, oh, sorry. It says that we're on mute here. Okay, you can hear us again. Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Collins?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Mr. Collins, I thought what you raised were interesting, not selfish concerns. So I will ask those questions of administration about the dumpster and the parking at this late date, anything could be changed or amended, and maybe the applicant on new information would also have some thoughts on that, because it seems to me your requests are not outrageous. So let me ask that, will that give you some comfort if I ask those questions, knowing that you can also come back under new information with further comment?
It definitely would. I think that my biggest concern is that I feel that those concerns, despite being voiced, have not been addressed. And again, there has been this conversation. I started this with the very first open house presentation last June. So there has been lots of time, but no real effort apparently made.
So just so I don't have the diagram in front of me, but if they were to give up some parking, they could move the dumpster away from where you think it is intrusive to you.
Yeah, I would say intrusive to me as well as intrusive to the neighborhood. Anyone who is utilizing the neighborhood, I think that if they were to remove some parking, they could shift it further back into the alley, or at very least rearrange the proposed parking so that it would sit further back in the alley. In an ideal world, I think there would be a reduction in parking in the alleyway in general. But yes, there is, I believe, the capability to shift it back to a position where it similarly resides, where it currently resides.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'll ask those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, thank you very much for that, those suggestions. So I just want to make sure I understand. I think during your presentation, you suggested even going as far as eliminating all of that parking along the alley. Would that would be your preference, or would you prefer to see a few stalls there and then the garbage put back closer to where it originally was? What would sort of be your ideal scenario?
My ideal scenario, I believe, would be the removal of the visitor parking along that current alleyway. My understanding is that the building doesn't currently have visitor parking. They would be putting underground parking in for the new development, which would serve the residents just fine. Again, aside from seasonal parking on 135th, there is plenty of street parking available for visitors as well as any potential clients of this very small commercial space they proposed. So ideally, it would be a removal of the parking completely, but a reduction would be an appreciated step in general to help move the dumpster.
And so I think you were just touching on it there, because it is not as common to hear from residents of mature neighborhoods to encourage the reduction of parking, in part because it could then get pushed onto on-street, but you would suggest, based off having lived there for a while, that you wouldn't be. So long story short, if somebody were to park in front of your own home to, go visit their friend at the building or go visit the smaller commercial establishment, you wouldn't be too worried about that if the other issue was then being addressed?
Oh, personally, no. I would not have a problem with that. I think that most people in this neighborhood have garages and they should use them. But I also am a believer that street parking encourages, actually forces the street to be a little narrower, which actually slows traffic down, especially on 135th. There tends to be a lot of people who, I believe, like to exceed the speed limit because it's easy to. So I think that, for me, I don't mind having people park in front of my house. I also think that actually would slow traffic down and probably increase and improve safety conditions along our roadway, which I know is really in contrary to a lot of residents, but that is my personal opinion on the matter, yes.
Well, you're the one closest to it, so I appreciate that perspective on that. And just, you didn't touch on it too much, but the idea of having a smaller commercial piece, obviously we had one other submission that there's concern about any type of commercial. Do you like the idea of having something small nearby, or do you have any concerns? Are you sort of neutral to it?
I would define myself as probably indifferent. I think that most services are almost certainly met by Westmount Shopping Center for the most part. There's very little that they could put in there that I think that I would actively use. I could see there. I mean, there's definitely potential. I advocated from the get-go on the idea of less commercial space, and again, a big deal for me was I worried about commercial deliveries. I worried about lane use for said commercial deliveries and commercial garbage pickup. Those were driving concerns that around commercial in general. But I think that the fact that they've shrunk it to one to me is satisfactory. If it didn't exist, though, I don't think it would change my license.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Collins? Not seeing any. Then that is all we have for presentations right now. I think we're scheduled to take a break right now at 3:30, so why don't we do that, and then we'll pick up with questions of administration at 3:45. All right, we're in recess until then. Thank you, everyone. All right. I'll call us back with a roll call, starting this time with Councillor Katarina. Councillor Katarina, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mic is
Great.
on.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Zadig.
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Essinger.
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Henderson.
Here.
Hello. Councillor Knack.
I'm here.
Afternoon, I'm here.
Afternoon. Councillor McKean.
I'm here.
Hello. Councillor Nicol. Still not able to join us today?
As far as I'm aware.
Okay. Councillor Briquette.
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Walters.
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Banga.
Here and all charged up.
Super. Councillor Carmel.
Present.
Welcome. Okay. So, next is questions of administration on the North Glenora item. I'll start with Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the my initial question is around Mr. Collins' submission around visitor parking and a dumpster, and I wondered if there was a way to reach some sort of compromise and rewrite the DC to reflect that.
Yes, there is, Councillor McKean. During the intermission, we did look at it, and if the applicant was amenable to it, we could come up with something to move the dumpster to the other end and maybe switch it with the parking. We could get a motion. We have a motion ready.
I'd be ready to make that motion at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor. Last question, I think, is about whether administration is comfortable about the preservation of the tree canopy. We're going to be able to accomplish that through regulations, through the DC?
Councillor, within the DC, the boulevard trees are protected. So if that's the tree canopy, they are protected.
Perfect. And in this, just back to the original question, Mr. Ford, do we lose parking spots by doing this?
We don't, Councillor McKean. We've really just moved the garbage to the other side and moved the visitor parking more to the front, but we would have to check in with the applicant if that would work for them.
So under new information, they come forward and respond then.
Yes.
Okay, that's it for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Questions for administration from councillors? Okay, if not, then perhaps under new information, Ms. Kilmartin on the parking and waste management question, or anything else, but certainly on those. Ms. Kilmartin, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, there we go. Go ahead.
That working? Okay, there we go. Apologies. I just want to say I misspoke when I presented. I understood that the homeowner had spoken directly with our architect, but it was actually through the community league and the file planner. So apologies for that. Part of what happened was that the garbage actually moved to the street to accommodate parking and have the accessible stall in front of the window, so there would be less traffic there. I do believe to make this work, we may need to lose one, possibly two stalls off the lane to relocate this, just because I'm trying to, we would lose 3 stalls in fact, to relocate it, which we are fine with. So if administration is okay with that and council is okay with that, we are pleased to do so. It's just because we need to deal with the ramp and the turning radius of the garbage. So shuffling the garbage over, while it seems like it would just be a swap, it would actually impact the parking stalls quite a bit.
So within the zone, there's flexibility on the parking rates to allow a reduction based on a parking study. Right now, if we were to reduce the stalls explicitly, we would require re-advertising. So upon further information at the development permit stage that if that parking isn't required, which would reflect the new thinking of the open option parking that was just passed 2 weeks ago, there is flexibility within the existing regulations to allow that.
Could a text amendment that, rather than affecting the parking, subject to the study, directs the waste to be dealt with differently, which may or may not have other consequences, would that, does waste collections needed in either case? And if this is a mitigation of an impact that was raised with us, would that require re-advertising?
No, Mr. Mayor, administration has prepared an amendment that would allow a bit of leadway with that garbage collection area to move its location to minimize impacts on surrounding properties.
But it's silent on the parking question, which would be dealt with at the development permit stage as a potential knock-on consequence, but not as a given.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Kilmartin, have you seen that wording?
I have not seen that yet.
But the intent?
But the intent is agreeable.
Okay, that's helpful. Are there any other questions for Ms. Kilmartin under new information? Not seeing any. Is there any other new information? Okay, Councillor McKean, have you got that wording?
I do not have the wording, and I wonder if it could be put in the chat. There it is. I will move that Charter Bylaw 19256 be amended by adding the following. Add Regulation 7G, notwithstanding the appendices of this provision, the development officer may vary the location of the waste collection areas to minimize impacts on adjacent properties.
Is there a seconder for that? I'll second. I think Councillor Paquette got that there. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor McKean. So that amendment is on the floor.
Is that going to give enough direction to the development officer so that Mr. Collins is not frustrated down the road?
It gives both direction and flexibility in the implementation of that regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, just to do a double check, because I went back and read, and in actual fact, apart from the actually the drawings, in the text, this was already possible by my reading. In actual fact, probably would be necessitated because it already recognized that the loading and storing had to be away from both the road and the and screened from view, and so really, is the effect of this to mean to uncouple it from the illustrations? Because I think already in the text this wouldn't be possible as long as it's not done by the illustration.
Yes, Councillor Henderson, that is the intent, to uncouple the two. So we make sure it can happen, yes. Okay.
Because the only thing that was constraining this from happening before was that it had to be in general accordance with Appendix 1.
That is correct.
No longer has to be, that this allows it not to have to be in general accordance with Appendix 1.
That's right, because it's included now in the regulations.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions on this motion? Not seeing any. Please vote.
We have 11 votes, Mr. Mayor. We're just missing yours.
Oh, did I not hit submit? Apologies. You should have it now. Got it? Display the vote. That's passed 12-0. Alrighty. I'll check one more time for new information. Is there any new information that has arisen during the public hearing that requires comment? Going once?
I believe we're just making sure that everyone that may want to speak is unmuted.
Okay. Not hearing any, then let's take a motion to close public hearing.
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you. Seconder? I'll second it, I guess, then.
Second.
Please vote. And
we have 12 votes.
thank you. Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move first reading of the bylaw and speak to it briefly.
I'll second it. Let's go ahead on first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to thank both our speakers today for their submissions. Mr. Beckett, I heard you, and I think we all heard you and heard your concerns. I think the context of this proposal is fairly unique with the amount of buffering around a four-story building, which certainly affected my vote on this. And the inclusion of one small commercial bay, to me, it's the kind of thing that we certainly do talk about in trying to create healthy, vibrant urban spaces. So I think really this project really fits with a lot of our broad community goals, and the project looks really good. And I hope that through this amendment, Mr. Collins, who was quite gracious, but had some very localized issues, and I'm hoping we can deal with those to his satisfaction, or at least the majority of his concerns are addressed. So, yeah, I think all in all, it looks like a good project, although I'm being continuously distracted by a baby on Councillor Katarina's lap, and but I've somehow managed to hold it together without making goo-goo noises. So, at any rate, be serious. I think this looks like a fine project that matches many of our broad goals for building vibrant, higher density, mature neighborhoods. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Then please vote on first reading.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. That's carried 12-0. Second reading, Councillor?
Yeah, I'll move second reading on the bylaw.
Thank you. I'll second that. Please vote on second reading.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
And display the vote. That's carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move consideration of third reading on the bylaw.
I'll second that. To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. And display the vote. That's carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I will move third reading on Charter Bylaw 19256.
Thank you. And please vote.
I'll second it.
I'll oh, yeah, okay. Someone else got it. Was that Councillor Henderson?
Yep.
Okay. Third and final vote, please vote.
I have 11 votes, Mr. Mayor. I believe I'm missing Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton?
And we have 12.
Thank you. Display the vote. That is carried 12-0 as well. Okay, so that's the North Glenora item. Thank you to all of you who are here to participate in that one. Next up is the McTaggart item. So we'll take the presentation on that.
We have Mr. Rod Heinrichs remotely to provide the presentation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. If Mr. Ford is ready to drive the presentation slides, I'll begin.
Yes, he's ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Item 310 pertains to the rezoning of a 1.3 hectare parcel of land in the southwestern portion of the McTaggart neighborhood in southwest Edmonton. Slide number 1 shows the land in context of the neighborhood structure plan. From this, we can see that the subject site is located in the heart of an area designated for medium density residential use near the neighborhood's planned commercial node, and is located at the southern boundary of the neighborhood backing onto Anthony Drive. Slide number 2 shows the proposed rezoning and the surrounding zoning context. Bylaw proposes to rezone the subject site from DC2 direct control provision to RA7 low-rise apartment zone. The surrounding lands to the east and west are also zoned RA7, and the lands to the north across the collective roadway is zoned RF5, row housing zone. The net effect of the change will be minimal, as there is much similarity in the land uses and built forms allowed by both DC and the RA7 zones. Historically, the subject site was zoned RA7 until January 2012, when it was rezoned to the current DC2 for the purpose of accommodating a wider range of dwelling forms that would be related to a seniors housing development. Because the projected residential density for the two zones are similar, a plan amendment is not required, and the planned residential density of the neighborhood will remain unchanged. Third slide shows the proposed rezoning area overlaid with an air photo. From this, we can see that the subject site and the surrounding lands are a mix of existing and active development. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 264 landowners. 1 response was received and an open house was not held. The concerns expressed by the respondent focused upon a nearby transit stop. Some additional responses were received shortly before the public hearing. The perspectives expressed by the most recent replies related to a variety of concerns, including increased supply of housing, reduced property values, tenancy insofar as rental versus owned condos, and increased crime and parking. The administration supports this application as it complies with the neighborhood plan, is an appropriate use of land at this location, and recommends that council approve this bylaw. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Heinrichs. Are there questions for the applicant, Mr. Rockcliffe?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Really just one question. It sounds like the existing zoning, the DC2, is not substantially different than the proposed zoning. So I'm just curious what the intent is in terms of the actual development and why the zoning has to be changed to accommodate that.
Is that directed at the applicant, Councillor?
I believe it was. That was.
Yeah, that's for Mr. Rockcliffe. Is Mr. Rockcliffe there?
Can you hear me? I know I was having problems earlier.
Yes, we can hear you now. Did you hear Councillor Carmel's question?
I did, yes. The intent of the new development is not dissimilar from the intent of the direct control. We did find the direct control a little limiting in terms of the new development intent. So, but the intended development is a seniors housing project of similar size and scale to the previous DC2.
Can you elaborate on what was limiting about the DC2 zoning, please?
Sure. There were a couple of things, but one of them was the required public art component. The way it was written was very cumbersome and hard to apply to the project. Recent changes to parking had some influence. But yeah, the idea was the biggest issue was the attached design drawing. That was part of the application, or the DC2, and we came up with a new concept, and that was really the limiting factor. We could make the new design that we wanted to work within that appendix, and we wouldn't be rezoning it. But that was really the limiting factor.
So is that effectively a change on the site map? Am I hearing you correctly?
Correct, yeah. The concept design for the site, the shape of the new building is quite different.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say we did have discussions, a pre-application meeting with administration, and this was, the direction that we got based on that to rezone the property.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you. Mr. Rockcliffe?
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Rockcliffe? Not seeing any, then we'll go next to Ramesh Madan. The floor is yours for up to 5 minutes. Are you there, Ramesh?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Ramesh Madan. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I'm the condo board member and ex-president of the McTaggart Ridge Gate for the last 4 years. In 2016 now, our building was turned over to the first board of our complex with 270 units. Our condo corporation number is 1620778. Our complex is located on the west side of this proposed lot, rezoning from DC2 to RA7. I surveyed the owners of our complex, over 120 owners. Result is more than 60% of the owners surveyed are against this rezoning. I'm speaking on behalf of the majority owners. Family owns 10% of these units. I'm the owner of few units in this complex. At the time of purchase, I was told by the sales department of the developer that this open lot will be developed by low-density luxury complex for retired people. It was in 2016 now. Either it can be row houses or single-story duplexes, good quality construction. Following are the points now brought to my attention by the owners about this lot rezoning. 70 to 75% of our complex is occupied by the renters. 10 to 15% of the units are vacant or for sale. Builder still got unsold units even after discounting $50,000 to $70,000 on each unit. Additional inventory of these rental units will cause an additional decline in rental rates below sub-market rate and will make more difficult for the owners to rent out their units to cover their mortgage, condo fees, and property taxes. We already got over 2,000 units available for rent in our vicinity. Value of our condo units are already depreciated in value by up to 70,000 within 4 years. New project will make further downward pressure on the real estate in this area. So it is already depressed due to this COVID-19. Crime rate is going up. I see almost every second, third week now there is a police cars are there in our complex. Some things either stolen or damaged, or some crime, drugs cases are there now. If this lot gets rezoned to RA7 for 4-story building approved, the ground floor units will not get enough natural sunlight and traffic on the street will be high. That will impact our complex negatively in value, rent, and quality of the tenants. This land was never supposed to be rezoned to RA7. Owner of the land is asking for a special approval which should not be granted with their request. I'll request the city not to approve this rezoning to RA7 for multiple units. Now I'll take some questions if somebody got any concern about that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Madden? Councillor
Yes,
Cartmel,
Mr. Mayor.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance here today, Mr. Madden. So if I can just, to be sure that I understand your concerns, the lot in question was originally to be, it's your understanding, the lot in question was originally to be townhomes, duplexes, and smaller buildings. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it was mentioned to me. Now, I bought a few units in this building, and that's what the developer told me and the builder told me. And that's why I got some of my friends and relatives over there, and we got over 10% of the units in that building. Total units are 270 units, and 10 to 15% are vacant right now, unsold by the builder too.
Right, thank you. I understand that. So now it's your understanding that instead of those lower buildings, that the developer intends to build a 4-story building on this lot. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's what I heard it. And if they are making a 200 unit, 4-story building, they will be close to over 200 units.
So
that's what I'm thinking.
Did you? I did just ask Mr. Rockcliffe about what the substantial changes were from because of the rezoning, and he indicated that the only real change is a change on the site map. Did you hear that comment, sir?
Yes, I heard it, but I have not seen the plan yet. What kind of plan they are going to build it over there?
Neither have I, sir. Yeah, that's a good question. So I may ask that again. And I guess my final question for you, your concern is that if we add yet more units to the market, then the value of your unit goes down and your opportunity to rent your unit is compromised. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because I got some units and most of the owners, I talked to over close to 60% of the owners, and everybody was complaining about the same thing. And the traffic on the street is so high now. If you go early morning or on the weekend or late night, you will see all the cars are parked in the wintertime. Even the cars are parked close to our driveway and fire hydrant. And no city bylaw officer is coming to write the tickets over there now. Even you phone them and they will just ignore it.
Right. Well, so a couple of things, Mr. Madden. I'll just ask you one more question. The change in zoning would not prevent a large number of units being built on this property, and I believe that even under the DC2, there is a multi-story property. It could be a 4-story building. So this rezoning doesn't really change those general aspects of this property. You do understand that?
No, I was not aware of that thing, how they are going to build it, because on the other side, west of our buildings, that's retirement homes, I think, and they are not even occupied, and and the way they are designed, they're all parking stalls are in the middle of those buildings.
Yeah.
So here I see that even from our complex, lots of people got 2 cars, some of them they got 3 cars. They are parking on the streets. And if this building will go up 4-story, what will happen to these cars now? And the bylaws officer is not coming there to write the tickets or towing the car.
Well, I think in part, sir, that's, and I don't know for sure, but I think in part it's because we have a depleted workforce because of measures the city's taken with respect to COVID. We've had to lay some people off.
But even last year, winter time, I noticed now cars are parked on just in front of the fire hydrant and right up to the edge of our driveway, going in and coming out. Sometimes you can, because the road is bended, and you can't even see the traffic coming from the other side now when you are coming out of the driveway.
Right. Well, thank you for your answers, sir, and thank you for attending today. Those are all my questions.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Madden? If not, then we'll move on to hear from Shamez Hassan. Shamez? Is Shamez still with us?
I believe that they were participating by phone, and we have had quite a few people come and go, so it's possible that we've lost them and not.
Okay, well, let's see if we can send them a note and invite them back. We've got 2 other speakers here, so Sarah Alouche is next. Sarah, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I was eating.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes if you need them.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors and Mr. Mayor. My name is Sarah Alouche, and I'm an owner of a condo unit in McTaggart Ridgegate, which is an adjacent property against the proposed zoning site. This is the first time I'm hearing that the intention will still be seniors housing, but the problem with the changing in zoning is this affects what future use can be used for. For example, if the developer does not get enough interest in seniors-oriented housing, they can simply change the intended use provided it complies with the zoning. I would also mention that seniors housing typically has less parking and traffic. This is one of my issues. I'm here to voice my concerns in regards to the rezoning proposal. When I initially purchased my unit 4 years ago, I purchased it at pre-construction prices. Since then, due to the economic conditions, the value of my property has fallen by $70,000, which I'm sure you can all agree is a significant amount. We're already in a depressed real estate market without knowing yet the full impact COVID-19 will have. Building in another complex will result with much more units will result in even more inventory. To put it simply, there's too much supply and not enough demand. In my complex alone, we still have many units not sold. The builder, Carlisle, has had over 6 years to sell all units and has been unable to do so. This has resulted in downward pressure on the value of our properties and is further eroding our value. If we have another complex built, the same will happen there. I'm very concerned that the city is willing to approve a rezoning when owners of already existing units have mortgages that are underwater, including myself. An underwater mortgage, for those who don't know, is when the amount owed on a property is more than the market value of the property. If someone were to sell their property, assuming they are even successful in the first place, they would still owe the bank money. Underwater mortgages can have a serious impact on our economy and result in property owners being more likely to default on their properties if they are unable to turn to equity in their home during financial hardship. Most condo owners in our building have turned to renting their units as opposed to selling, which also has been difficult as it's hard to charge enough rent to cover the mortgage, condo fees, and property taxes. If this rezoning gets approved and a complex is built, not only will it lower the value of properties nearby, but it will also make it more difficult to rent units for a reasonable amount. Another point I would like to address is parking. Currently in our neighborhood, within a 500-meter radius, we have townhouses, duplexes, a retirement center, a condo complex, a rental apartment complex, and 2 large commercial shopping centers. We have major issues with parking as it is. Having another complex will just make this worse. We have also had many issues with people who do not belong to our complex, parking in visitor parking or in owner stalls. As mentioned already, the developer most likely have issues being able to sell the units, but will turn to renting units instead, like many developers in the city have turned to, increasing the parking issues. Moreover, traffic has already become an issue in the narrow offshoot road that leads to our complex. And given the current limited public access, the city would not be able to expropriate additional land to expand narrow roads, always filled day or night with parked cars. Not to mention, if you drive by the area, there is oftentimes garbage on the floor, as the waste management systems are already at capacity and bins are overflowing. We've already had many instances of break-ins, one of them where some criminals went into the underground parkades and broke windows of many cars. As owners, we have to pay $800 each to upgrade our security system. These types of instances have only become more prevalent with the downward turn of the economy, decreasing property values, and less thorough background checks on new tenancies are further exacerbating and catalyzing new crime in the area. In closing, I would like to pose a question. Councillors, have you personally driven past the aforementioned apartment buildings? I only ask because I find it hard to believe that we would approve this proposed rezoning if you saw the barrage of for sale signs and for rent postings and bumper-to-bumper street parking and around this neighborhood. The proposed rezoning simply does not make sense. It's not good for the property owners, and it's not good for the developer. It's not good for the city and the tax base, and it's simply not good for our community, and I'd hope that you would reconsider. I also would like to add, if we could kind of get clarification on how many units are proposed to be building, that would also make it easier for us to make a kind of a decision on our stance. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Alouche. There'll be an opportunity for some interpretation on that when we get to questions of administration. So thank you for flagging that specifically. Were we able to get Shamez Hassam back on the line?
No, our office is reaching out to them by phone.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have some questions for Ms. Alouche.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Apologies. Go ahead.
Not at all. I know it gets complex. Ms. Alouche, I just want to follow up on a couple of your comments. Firstly, your comment about how many units are being contemplated, and we heard from the first speaker, Mr. Madden, that perhaps the intent is to move from lower homes to a four-story building. I will ask those questions of Mr. Rockcliffe when we return to new information, so we'll be able to get those answers for you. I appreciate all of the concerns you're raising around property values and the move to rental properties and some of those concerns. However, the property, as I was saying to Mr. Madden, the property today is currently zoned such that my understanding is anyway, a comparable number of units could be built. Those units could be for rent, and those units and that development could move forward immediately without a rezoning. Were you aware of what the zoning was on this property adjacent to start with?
So similarly to Mr. Madden, I was under the impression that it was going to be for senior housing, and which would be less, like, not directly competing with the type of tenants that we would be attracting if I were to rent out my unit, for example. And also the parking would be less based off of what would be attracted to a seniors development versus a condo complex or an apartment rental complex.
So the concern, if I may restate it, is that the restriction to seniors housing development comes off with the change in rezoning. Is that essentially it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I asked many of my other questions of Mr. Madden, so thank you for coming today, and appreciate your input and your feedback.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Any word on Shamez Hassam? No? Okay. And then our fourth speaker was, and I'm still not sure I have the name right, Farouche Sharma.
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to echo what Sarah and Mr. Mazan had just mentioned. I'm the board president of the condominium that's adjacent to the property. I've been on the board for the last 3 years, and unit owners have similar concerns about the property. The only thing that I would like to add is this is a one-way street. There's no exit on the other side of the street. So what happens is if you're going one way, the only way to come out of that exit is to loop out at the end of the street and come out. So just to add, the move from DC to RFA 7, I'm not particularly sure what the reason for change is. If it's going to be a senior home, why cannot the city work out the changes, or why are they saying that it's too complicated and it'll make it easy if it's an RFA 7? Those things are not our concern. Our concern is the change from DC2 to an RFA 7. I do understand that this was going to be a 4-story, and an RFA 7 can be 6 stories now. So if the zoning is changed, it's not only about the 4 floors, it could go up to 6 floors with a flat roof. In addition, this is, like I mentioned, the parking is an issue. The north side we're on, there's already people parking on the street. The south of this is another rental apartment that doesn't have underground parking. So people end up parking on the street, bumper to bumper, and even where the park is. Now, if you were to bring the map back, if someone can, they end up actually parking where the park is and the lake is. So that's how far residents are now parking. And with the construction of the commercial property, there's so much traffic in that area that it alludes to that there's no parking at all. Now, I understand that the city has dropped the requirements for parking requirements, and they can be adjusted. But the fact remains that here most of the families have 2 cars, and with that much amount of units, which we don't know at this point, it's going to be difficult to manage that area. And I'd like to conclude with that.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for being here today. I really appreciate your concerns. I know the road that you're speaking of. I've been up and down that road, and it does get quite crowded with the parking. I'm aware of that. In essence, the question is whether this lot should be rezoned from a land use perspective. If the land use is consistent with what's intended for the neighborhood, and you've heard both administration and the proponents say that the intent is not substantially different from the number of units on the lot and the intended use of the lot. So I guess that's a roundabout way of saying again that are you aware that what is being proposed could more or less be built today? And a lot of the concerns that you're raising would still exist with development that followed the DC2 requirements.
So, Tim, just to add to that, the property that's sort of west to us is a senior home. And if you've driven through that property, you'd see hardly any cars parked in that area. It's open. Maybe 5 or 6 cars are parked over there. They don't even have underground parking. They have a shuttle bus for the seniors, and that's about it. Whereas if you move this, and again, I keep repeating the same thing, and I guess the other owners are doing the same thing. The reason we want to know is why is it moving from a DC2 senior home to an RFA 7? Because yes, what they're proposing now is similar, but it gives them the option. And I've sat here, through the other calls, and what I'm seeing is there's always that potential. So that risk is what we're trying to mitigate here. That's the concern that we have. And there's no, I understand what you're saying, you can build it with the same guidelines. What I'm asking is, why are they changing? So right. The only thing that we have got so far in the 10 minutes, 20 minutes that we have talked is the site map doesn't fit. So why can't they fit the number of units in the previous map or whatever they want into the new one? That's something that the city needs to work rather than mitigating it into an RFA 7.
So thank you for that answer, Mr. Sharma. My first question, as you may recall, to the proponent was, what is the substantial change? Why do we need this zoning change? And so I'm going to ask that question again, because the feedback I'm getting from you and your colleagues is not consistent with the answer I got from Mr. Rockcliffe. So with that, there'll be an opportunity to ask that question again shortly. But again, I just remind you that the hearing is restricted to a land use series of questions. I understand, and I've heard you and your colleagues raise a number of concerns, and I'd be happy to come and meet with you and visit with you to perhaps develop some different strategies outside of this hearing about some of those concerns, if that would be of interest to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
I have no more questions, Mr. Mayor, of our guests.
Thank you. Do any other members of council have questions for our speakers, or particularly the most recent speaker? If not, then let me just check one more time whether Shamez Hassam has been able to rejoin us. Yes? Okay, Shamez.
I'm here, yeah.
Welcome back. The floor is yours.
Yeah, no, I'm totally against it. Like, I just feel the whole area is already scattered, and I just feel we don't need this again. I'm totally against this.
Understood. Are there any questions for Mr. Hassam? Not seeing any, then we'll turn now to questions of administration. Councillor Cartmel, I presume?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess my first question actually might be for Mr. Johnson. I'm presuming it's Mr. Johnson that's there. And, we've heard concerns about property values and rental markets and trash and crime and that. I just want, your reminder that those really aren't considerations when we're talking about land use considerations. Is that fair?
So, Councillor Cartmel, you've got Ms. Inkpen here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. So yes, you're correct. In terms of neighboring values and trash, those sorts of things, we wouldn't recommend that you consider those in terms of the land use public hearing and the decision that's before you here today. Council can certainly consider the mix of use in the neighborhood and having too much of one use versus another use, but in terms of value, I would stay away from that topic.
Great, thank you for that advice. And so I guess to administration, as I understand it, the substantial difference between moving away from the DC2 and towards an RA7 is both the DC2 has a restriction to seniors-focused housing, and that the DC2 may have either had a lower unit count or a shorter height restriction, or perhaps both. Can you elaborate on that, Mr. Heinrichs?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. At the time, as I mentioned in the presentation, this property used to be zoned RA7 at one point in time. And in 2012, the then-day owner of the property sought rezoning to direct control of DC2. The intent was to cater to a seniors development, and that was written into the direct control zone. One of the limitations is that with direct control zoning, one of the requirements is to have a site plan attached and form part of the regulations. And because it's a direct control zone and essentially a contract between council and the developer or landowner, the development officer has very little to no discretionary powers about changing any of that. So it's, as I heard from Mr. Rockcliffe, I believe that was one of the reasons that if they did have a change in design, they would not be able to accommodate that under the direct control zone. The other piece was the direct control zone at the time had a public art contribution written into the regulations, as Mr. Rockcliffe also referred to. And then, and I'll defer to my legal colleague, but in fact, using regulation to limit housing to a particular group of people, that being seniors, is legally questionable. It has been learned and may be unconstitutional or discriminatory, but I would defer to my colleague from law and confirmation around that.
I'm not certain. I'm not certain what the context of the previous DC was. So I couldn't really speak to if it was legal or not, but I would assume that it was legal if it was previously signed off on by our legal department. So I would be careful about wading into constitutional arguments in this regard.
Thank you. So, Mr. Heinrichs, there was the height piece as well. If you could comment on that.
Correct. The height from the DC to the RA7 are essentially the same. Both were, the RA7 zone used to have a maximum height of 14 meters. In current updates to the zoning bylaw, the RA7 zone now allows that height to be increased to 16 meters, but only for those buildings that have pitched roofs. So it accounts for the way height is measured on a pitched roof versus a flat roof. For two flat roofed buildings built between the existing zone and the proposed zone, the height would be essentially the same, 4 stories, 14 meters.
And was there a number of unit maximum on the DC2 for this site?
Yes, the DC2 had a maximum that worked out to approximately what was the same as the RA7 maximum density of 120 units per hectare. I believe the DC was slightly less than that at 120 sleeping units. Since that time, with the missing middle update and to the zoning bylaw, we now measure minimum residential densities in the RA7 and RA8 zones. So that would be a change in how density is measured and applied to the site if this zoning gets approved as well.
So do you know what the effect is in terms of number of units on doing the math on the size of the site and what was a maximum and what is now a minimum, if I understood you correctly?
Well, it'd be hard to say, and maybe a better question for the applicant, as we wouldn't know that until we get a development permit application that would actually show building layout and number of units. But we typically project or anticipate to see anywhere between 90 and 120 units per hectare on an RA7, a typical RA7 type of build. The new limitation would require that a minimum of 58 units be built on the site. But the realistic, capacities and the costs and a number of variables factor into how many units a developer will actually provide on a site. Our experience has been that RA7 4-story developments typically build out anywhere between 90 and 120 units a hectare.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I would just say for future, because this has come up in the past, it is really frustrating, when we go standard zone to standard zone, we know what we're talking about. Not seeing the DC2 that we're changing from, it's really hard to make these comparisons. And I know we've had that come up before. I actually pulled up the DC, so I've been sort of following along with that. And it's interesting that I think, and my memory is, one of the reasons we use DCs around this is because there were expectations of certain kind of amenity spaces that were in them that were part of how we could how you could say it's going to be a seniors building without actually speaking to who was going to be using it. And so there are some other changes, I think, around that would be coming out of this. Would I be fair to say that? Like there's some shell conditions in the DC2 around amenity space and other kinds of things, and a link to the appendix floor plans that I think would have guaranteed that certain kind of amenities were there. And I'm guessing the RA7 doesn't do that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And my memory is that was the way we got around the question I think that Councillor Carmel was asking, which was how you can define and say it was going to be used by seniors. We never said it had to be used by seniors, but we put certain things in here that made it clear that the kind of use was. And interestingly enough, in the appendix, it actually does reference seniors in the appendix, but in the plan. So. I don't know if that meant it had to be used by seniors. Theoretically, if you provided all those things before, it says apartment house use, anybody could go into it. It didn't have to be seniors, correct?
Correct. There is a reference to seniors in the general purpose of the zone as well. We've changed our writing practice on direct control zones since this time.
Yeah.
Councillor, I think the important thing here to remember is that we are judging the application on the RA7 within the existing policy context, which the NSP calls for this to be a low-rise apartment zone, which aligns with the proposed zone as well as the existing DC, as well as the zone that was on there before that, which was an RA7 zone. So the discussion between, I guess, the DC and the RA7 can be framed in that context.
Oh, no, I understand. It really is a kind of separate look. But I'm trying to remember. I think I probably would have been around when we approved this. So, yeah, and I remember the debate about how we could begin to guarantee that something was senior and not when we couldn't speak to who was using it. And that was part of what was, and this DC to my eyes a perfect example of that, of how we did that. It's just interesting because if we say no right now, I mean, I think the other argument is if we say no, this DC would stand. So understanding the plan, which I think is an entirely legitimate argument that RA7 is appropriate because of the plan, the reality, if I'm correct, is we're actually changing it, that the approved use is this DC2, not what was in the plan, correct?
Yes. Another piece of history was at the time when this was rezoned, one of the reasons I understand DC2 was chosen because the RA7 zone at the time did not allow lodging houses, boarding and lodging.
Right. Yeah.
And because the seniors proposal at that time envisioned different housing types within the complex to serve different needs for the residents, the DC2 was seen as a tool at that time to bring in and add an extra use to the what would have been able to have been built under the RA7 zone.
Right.
Subsequent to that, the lodging use eventually did get added into the RA7 zone, and so, but the timing issue was different.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the reason for going to RA7 is because it's a standard zone, and they can now do what they need to do within that standard zone. But was there any discussion about amending and adjusting the DC2 itself?
No, we just received the application over the counter to go from DC2 to RA7, and it complied with the plan, so we didn't investigate that.
Fair enough. Okay, well, thanks. It's interesting. Just in passing, I would say I think it would be helpful in the future where we're rezoning away from a DC2. We are rezoning away from existing zoning to actually have that included in our reports, so we don't have to dig it out like this. Great, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions of city staff on this one? Not seeing any. Then questions new information arising from the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I have a few more questions for Mr. Rockcliffe, if I can. That's appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Rockcliffe, under new information, questions from Councillor Carmel. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Rockcliffe, the understanding of the speakers speakers that attended today was that the intent on this site was going to be lower slung housing, if I can say it that way, smaller buildings and lower buildings. And now there's a concern that there's a move towards a 4-story or taller building on this development. Can you comment on that?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, thank you.
Okay. The direct control zoning contemplated 4-story buildings, and I guess what I can say for the intended new development is to build a 3-story building with lower density. The intent is to build an assisted living facility. So the people that would be living there would not be your typical renters. They would be people placed in there by Alberta Health Services and being provided care by the people operating the facility.
So does that mean, that sounds like it means that there would be fewer units on the property now than were originally contemplated. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yeah, I think the previous zoning had, I think it was 160. It was a combination of seniors housing or assisted living and of independent living. And we're looking now at 126 residents in total with no apartments.
And this is, as an assisted living facility, my understanding is those are less parking intense. The residents typically don't bring with them 2 or 3 cars, as is the case in the adjacent development.
That's correct. Likely that no residents would have any vehicles. The only people coming and going to the site would be visitors or staff.
Notwithstanding that, would there be parking provided on site, at least some?
Yes. Yeah, and maybe one other thing I could speak to that was raised by one of the people that had concerns was the intent would be to have a drive-in, drive-out access to the site. So anybody coming to the site could drive in and loop around and exit and wouldn't have to go to the end of the street to turn around.
There'd be room to essentially reverse direction on site.
Exactly.
Right, okay. Thank you. I think those are all of my questions. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rockcliffe? No? Then is there any other new information? Not hearing any. Then somebody want to move closure of the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 310.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. All right, to close the public hearing, please vote.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously, 12-0. Councillor Cartmel, first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move first reading of item 310.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. Anyone wish to speak to it?
Perhaps very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I'll just summarize what we've heard, and that is that this will still be a development that is focused at individuals that bring less of a parking intensity, I would say, to the development, that it's targeted at perhaps a cohort that is not necessarily the same target market as those in adjacent facilities. They might be looking to rent their properties. That we're going to see a lower number of units on this property than was originally intended as part of a DC2. And so from a development perspective, this is not exactly the same, but better on those aspects. And I will also note that I have heard the concerns regarding parking and trash and crime and some of those other things, and I will endeavor to meet with residents of this street to try to come up with alternative strategies to deal with those elements. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, please vote on first reading.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. And first reading is carried 12-0.
I will move second reading above item 310.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried 12-0. Consideration.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 310.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. Carried 12-0. And third and final
Sure,
reading.
that was not third reading.
Sorry, that was to allow a third reading to proceed.
Okay, I heard Councillor Cartmel say third reading, but okay.
I think the intent was consideration, but we can redo the vote if there's any ambiguity.
Nope, oh, that's fine.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, now third reading. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19349.
Second.
Thank you, and please vote on third reading of the bylaw.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. Passed 12-0. Okay, next up then, that deals with the McTaggart item. We've got two more to go, the Griesbaugh item and the Horse Hill item. So on the Griesbaugh item, let's get the presentation.
Hello again, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Items 327 and 328 pertain to the rezoning of 1.7 hectares of land in the southeastern portion of the Griesbaugh neighborhood in north central Edmonton. This application is composed of two parts: an amendment to the text and statistics of the Griesbaugh AMP and the rezoning of the affected land. Slide number 1 shows the land in context of the neighborhood area structure plan. The subject lands are located within the village center area in the southeastern corner of the neighborhood. The purpose of the application is to alter the land use emphasis for a portion of the village center. The neighborhood plan currently envisions the village center as a mix of commercial and residential land uses in a built form that would support a walkable, human scale, and pedestrian-friendly environment, and be located close to transit and transportation networks. Much of the residential built form has been anticipated to be low-rise, medium density, concentrated around the village center, which has materialized along the western and northern periphery of the village center. The current emphasis in the village center has been on commercial land uses, with the additional opportunity to accommodate multi-unit residential up to 18 meters in height, which translates to enhanced 4-story built form. This amendment proposes to flip the emphasis for a portion of the village center to primarily residential, while retaining the opportunity for commercial land uses at the main level. In addition, the change seeks to increase the allowed height to 23 meters, which is the equivalent of the standard RA8 zone, and would be an increase of 5 meters. A sun shadow impact study was submitted for the review, and the difference in the 5-meter height increase was observed to be nominal. The net effect of the change will be a slight increase in allowed height, 5 meters from 18 to 23, as mentioned, and a moderate increase in the projected residential housing density of approximately 247 units. Slide number 2 shows the proposed rezoning and the surrounding zoning context. The bylaw proposes to create a new special zone for the Griesbaugh neighborhood entitled RA8G, Griesbaugh Medium Rise Residential Zone, and rezone the subject site from GVC, Griesbaugh Village Center Zone, to RA8G, Griesbaugh Medium Rise Residential Zone. The regulations of this new zone are identical to the conventional RA8 zone, except for a reduced front setback for dwellings that have direct access to the street. From the perspective of servicing, the proposal has been reviewed against the drainage network. Storm and sanitary services are available and have capacity to accommodate the change. A transportation review was submitted that updated info from a previous transportation impact assessment. Administration reviewed and accepted the findings. The third slide shows the proposed rezoning area overlaid with an air photo. From this, we can see that the subject site and surrounding lands are a mixture of developing and fully developed lands, as well as the aforementioned low-rise apartments that have developed along the western and northern periphery of the village center. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 1,611 landowners, Approximately 50 responses were received, and an open house was held on January 22nd, 2020. The responses that were received conveyed concerns about increased height, increased traffic, too many condos, parking and traffic congestion, changes to the plan, and slow pace of commercial development within the village center. Approximately 90 people attended the open house. An expression of objection was also received that was signed by 350 plus people. Administration supports this application on the basis that the proposal is consistent with the neighborhood plan's vision for a residential commercial mixed-use village center. The proposed increase of 5 meters in height is nominal and will not have a significant impact upon surrounding lands. The proposed increase in residential density will help to support the ultimate development of the commercial land uses in the village center in a convenient, walkable environment. In conclusion, administration advises that this is an appropriate use of land at this location and recommends that council approve these bylaws. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Let me get to the right page here. First of all, Councillor Essinger, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, I do. Are they making a presentation or just questions?
Oh, that's a good question. They're all registered for questions only, so unless they do have a presentation.
Presentation, should you wish.
Would you like to hear the presentation, Councillor Essinger, then?
Yes, I would. It might answer some of my questions.
Sure. Okay. Ms. Liu, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Yolanda Liu, and I'm here today representing our client forum. Today you have before you an amendment to the Griesbaugh Neighborhood Structure Plan and a rezoning from the Griesbaugh Village Center Zone to the Griesbaugh Medium Rise Apartment Zone. If you could switch to the slide, please. The site is located in the southeast corner of the Griesbaugh neighborhood in the heart of the village center. To the south of the site are commercial uses. To the east is a hotel and 97th Street, which is also home to a transit station. To the north and west is the collector roadway Griesbaugh Parade with existing 4-story apartments and a stormwater management facility on the other side of the roadway. Next slide, please. The key update to the application is an increase in height of 5 meters from 18 meters to 23 meters. The current zoning, Griesbaugh Village Center, focuses on commercial uses, allowing commercial at grade and multi-unit housing up to 18 meters above, while the proposed zoning, Griesbaugh Medium Rise Apartment Zone, focuses primarily on residential uses with opportunities for commercial at grade and multi-unit housing up to 23 meters. Next slide, please. The application would provide for ground-oriented units, providing active frontages along Griesbaugh Parade within 2 compact mid-rise buildings. Ground floor uses could be either residential or commercial. Parking will be provided on-site with consideration for both above and below-grade parking. Next slide, please. The Griesbaugh NASP is a living document which responds to market demand while maintaining the established vision and goals for the neighborhood. The proposed amendment is in conformance with the Griesbaugh Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, which looks at increased densities and pedestrian priority at this location. Next slide, please. Traffic and parking have been concerns for residents in the area. A traffic study was completed as part of the application process, which determined reduced daily trips with a residential rather than a commercial focus. Direct access to Griesbaugh Parade also allows for immediate access to both 97th Street and 137th Avenue, avoiding the need for any internal shortcutting to exit and enter the neighborhood. Next slide, please. A sun shadow study was also completed to determine the impact the additional height would have on existing residents. The study concluded that there were no major shadowing impacts as a result of the 5-meter increase in height. Next slide, please. The proposed density of the site aligns with the vision of the village center for a compact, walkable, and higher density site, and is in conformance with TOD guidelines for a site within 400 meters of an existing transit station and in close proximity to the future LRT station. The proposed application is in line with city-approved policies and regulations and will provide the necessary density to help support existing and future infrastructure in the area. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm, you mentioned that parking would be accommodated on site. So, so I think there's an additional 245 units. So there'll be parking available on site for everyone?
Correct. So parking, there will be, the buildings will front onto Griesbach Parade. There will be some parking provided in kind of south of the site behind the buildings. As well, if required, there will also be underground parking provided for the building as well.
Now, I just trying to understand, you mentioned the changes might be necessary to market demand because originally this was going to be more of a commercial property. And so can you speak to what's changed about why we're here?
Yeah, so originally the existing zoning has kind of an emphasis on commercial uses with a maximum of 40% of the site for commercial. Just based on the demand for commercial in the area, there's a lot of changes with commercial uses moving to online, that there was less of a demand for commercial uses in the area. So our client looked at residential development. There are still opportunities for commercial to be provided at grade. And so should there be any changes in market or any desire for commercial, there is still the opportunity with that in the RA8 Griesbach zone.
So why did you pursue a 6-story when it was already zoned 4-story? Many people, that's their biggest question.
Just based on kind of the demand in the area as well as the product our client was looking at, the additional height was requested.
Help me understand the demand in the area because there's many of those apartment buildings and condo buildings have a number of vacancies. So I'm really trying to understand the demand change. Just based on kind of what intel that our client had completed and what market studies that they had looked at, there was some demand for the products that they are proposing. And so I'm not exactly sure in terms of unit sizes that they are looking at, but from the information they provided us, they were getting information for additional housing units required in this area. So if I just understand this correctly, you indicate that I think there's a total of 600 units, but you don't know what configuration.
Yeah, so they are, that's kind of the maximum number of potential units under the zoning. And so based on whether the size of the units, it could go down, but it could not be increased.
But you don't know at this point whether it'll be 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, what combination, and at what point will you decide whether you'll have commercial on the ground floor or not?
That will come in based on whether they get approval for their zoning, as well once they start marketing their building, if they can get any tenants in for commercial uses.
Because right now you could have built 4 stories with commercial on the bottom, so I'm struggling on that one.
Correct. Yes, and then should it be residential, there are opportunities. All the houses along Griesbach Parade, must provide active frontages, and so there's the kind of more accessible and also potential for family-oriented units along Griesbach Parade should it be residential.
Okay, my final question is, did you work with the Community League on this? I didn't see a letter of support yet, so have you talked to the Community League in this area?
There was a public meeting that was held in January. As well, our client did reach out to the Community League prior to the public hearing. I unfortunately have not heard back if they were able to connect or not, but there was some attempt to reach out to the community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Any other questions for the applicants? Not hearing any, then let's hear now from Michael Brockbank, registered in opposition. Mr. Brockbank, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I just wanted to point out some of the issues that I felt were kind of evident in this development that's coming here. One, the increase in density may be relatively small, but the increase in height is an increase of 50% over the apartments on site, and I think that would be significant. The traffic component of what's going to happen here is also a significant increase, but the biggest problem with the traffic increase is there won't be direct access to Greaseball Parade, so the traffic will have to come out on one of the secondary roads, which is the direct access to the shopping center for almost all the community members. Also, currently there's no sidewalks on these secondary roads to the shopping centers, so most of the people who go to the shopping centers go by foot and walk down the road. With this increased density, there'll be much more traffic that they'll have to contend with. The bulk effect. I live across the street, basically in a 4-story unit, and I just basically superimposed where the building would be out my window, and I'll be looking up at the building, even though I'm on the 4th floor of my building. I think that's pretty significant. When you're walking down the street, you have 2 buildings side by each, it'll just become a very large wall effect for the pedestrians walking on that nice open boulevard. I've heard that it's not a very large increase to the neighborhood plan, but the neighborhood plan was for low-rise apartments and medium density. I don't think this meets with the local planning scheme. I guess the biggest issue I've got probably primarily is the focal point for the whole neighborhood is the park across the street from the development. The park is not just for the local community, but for the extended community in the city of Edmonton and for the military community especially. Significant Remembrance Day activities are held there every year, and there's also memorials for the Princess Patricia Light Infantry and for some of the other garrison troops in the Edmonton area. These are almost always held in the morning. These 2 buildings are going to block out and overshadow and dominate the park and probably just ruin the amenity for this public space. The last thing that I really had to point out was I live in a building that has been finished for 2 years, and it's 160 units in the building, and 25 of them have been sold, and they've rented out 35 more, so the building's mostly empty. The building across the street from it is 2 buildings owned by Baradas, and they are both less than 50% occupied, even though they have been completed for 2 years as well. So I don't see any reason for increasing the density, seeing as we can't fill the buildings that are already there. So I don't understand why we have to change the zoning in this neighborhood. Those are basically all the arguments I've got against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brockband, for joining us today and being patient throughout the day. Appreciated your comments. And as you've been listening along, you recognize that this is a land use consideration and we really can't focus in on buildings that are empty or not. But I would understand your priority would be what would happen to the park. You're very concerned about sun shadowing and how that would impact the park across the street. Is that, you're correct, your number one issue?
Well, that and the parking for the park. I mean, right now with the limited amount of apartment buildings we have there, the parking on the street is always full. When they have the Remembrance Day activities at the park, these 2 sites we're talking about are generally full of people parking. If the city street parking is fully occupied by visitors, where are these people going to park when they want to come and attend the remembrance activities? It's going to reduce the functionality of the park and reduce its attraction to the neighborhood.
And I understand. I have been at those events and they're very well attended, and certainly vacant land is often used as a parking spot, but I'm not sure that we can consider that for land use, but I'll ask that question. You also were concerned with the height. You see that as a big difference from where you're at. You're already on the fourth floor. We're talking 5 meters. You're feeling that's too high? Just tell me there.
Yes, I think that's significantly too high. One, it's going to cause significant overshadowing of the park and the street frontage, maybe none of the other residences, but it's also going to create a wall effect. As you walk down the wall, you've got to look up 6 stories at a building beside you. So it's not in keeping with the local planning policy, what was originally envisioned when we bought our unit in the neighborhood. It's supposed to be a village center, not city center.
Yeah, it was meant to be commercial, actually, predominantly, and then residential. So thank you. I'll ask those questions on your behalf, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Brockbank? Not seeing any, then we'll turn to questions of the city planners. Councillor Essinger, questions, I presume?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the change from 4 to 6 stories. You did talk about that being minimal, but it could be an additional 245 units. So help me understand that's minimal.
Thank you, Councillor. I would answer that the height doesn't necessarily have a direct translation to the number of units. I would anticipate that the number of some of the additional units would be accounted for by the possibility of a standalone residential building that would have residential units at the ground level as well. As far as the height difference, the Griesba Village Center zone right now already has a higher maximum height than the standard RA7 zone at 18 meters. 5 meters is not, from our perspective, seen as much of a difference. If you look at 5 yards on a football field, that's essentially the nearest open scale of the difference that we're envisioning between the heights. I would speculate that the 4-story buildings at the western and northern edges of the village center are already at 14 or 16 meters in height, or possibly even the 18 that's allowed under the current zoning.
Okay, and you heard some concerns about the sun shadowing, and particularly on the park, which is significant in that community. Could you just speak to me about that?
Yes, I did hear that. I appreciate fully that the park space is very dear and important to the community. In our analysis, we essentially focused on the change between the 18 and the 23 meters, and found that change was to be very nominal. The current building that would be allowed under the existing zone right now would still have some impact sun shadowing on the park, not as much as perhaps many would fear, but in the sun shadow impact it showed some, but the difference between the two was nominal.
You also heard from the last speaker concern about the sidewalk on that area. And I'm assuming if this is developed, we'll see a sidewalk at a small setback before the ground units. Is that correct?
Correct. All public sidewalks, roadways, curbs, gutters are all constructed to the same standards. So they would be provided at the time of subdivision and development permit approval.
So you would see that. So that concern would be addressed because that development would happen at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. The other concern was parking. You feel there's adequate parking not to impact the neighborhood?
Difficult to answer, given that part of the amount of parking indicates the success and popularity of the design of the neighborhood and the fact that many people find it to be an attractive area. We've made a cultural shift recently to the open parking option, which then in turn turns to the market and relies on developers and the ultimate people risking the developments and the marketability of their developments as to how much parking they'll need to provide in order to be able to sell or lease the developments that they're risking in. So,
and the closeness of the transit station could be a factor in that as well.
For the cultural shift, there is the Northgate Transit Center to the east, and the plan's intent all along was to congregate a fairly significant population around the Village Center Square to take advantage of that. Ultimately, we'll see an LRT station at the west end of the neighborhood as well at some point in the future. But as far as the Village Center is concerned, it's proximal to the transit center to the east, Northgate.
And my final question was on traffic. There was a traffic assessment done and you didn't see a significant challenge. We had heard the comment from the speaker.
I'll defer that one to Mr. Said to answer.
Yes, technical assessment was done to compare the original proposal with the new one. And given the fact that commercial development is being reduced, the increase in residential units actually reduces the overall grid generation. So we don't see any significant impact of this particular change compared to the previous one. And the existing roadways do have capacity to handle that.
All right, thank you. So my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just interested. Did I hear correctly that the original GBC anticipated significant residential above the commercial?
Correct. The current zone allows, the emphasis right now is on commercial uses around the Village Center and provides the opportunity for residential to be located above. And this
like three floors of it, right? Correct?
Correct.
So I'm guessing those numbers were put in when this was planned, correct?
Correct.
Would it be anticipated? I'm just looking, am I wrong in seeing that absolutely nobody's taken us up on that? That basically we have one-story commercial units with no residential? And what's being built under the GBC?
Currently, from what's been built now, there is one development up the north, on the north side of the Village Center that does have some main level commercial and residential above. But of all the multi-unit housing that's been developed around the Village Center to date, that's the only one.
Yeah. So, no, but in terms of capacity for more people there, we anticipated originally, it looks like it's developed. It looks like the GBC is developing very differently from originally anticipated. It was anticipated to be mixed use, and it isn't. It really is standard one-floor commercial with parking in front, correct?
So far, and some of that perhaps there's some answers from the applicant side around the market and the challenges around leasing and securing tenants for the development.
I guess what I'm wondering though is in terms of getting more people in there, which I think is part of what we heard is part of the intent here. The reality is it was expected to have more people in there, and that hasn't materialized because people haven't taken advantage of the next week. So this would actually get some of the people into this area that were originally anticipated in the plan, I'm guessing. Is that a fair assessment? And these aren't more people than were originally expected. This is actually another way to get the people that were originally expected to be living in this core, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And things like traffic and density questions was anticipated that more people would be living.
Yes.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Thank you. Other questions for city planners? Not seeing any, then let me see if there is any new information that has arisen during the public hearing.
If I could just provide some clarification.
Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Liu.
Okay, so it's a total of 245 units, not an additional 245 units that would be a result of the change. It's about 82 units that would be in addition to what is already allowed on the site.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Liu on that?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So that would be assuming 82 additional units if you did not use the first floor for commercial. Is that the maximum it could be? I'm just
yes,
trying to understand.
Correct. Yeah, correct. That would be the maximum if there were no commercial units at grade.
So even though it would be depending on the market whether you're able to develop commercial on the first floor or not. Is that what I'm just wanted to confirm that?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Liu? Mr. Brockbank, did you have further thoughts?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no further new information then Councillor Essinger.
I'd like to move to close public hearing.
Okay. Seconded by, was that Councillor Banga?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on the Griesbach item.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. 12-0. First reading.
Mr. Mayor, I'm having to move first reading of 3.27 and 3.28.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote on first reading.
Can I speak on that?
Oh, please, of course. Go ahead, Councillor Essinger. I apologize.
No worries. I understand that when the Griesbach plan was first designed, that things have changed, and it hasn't developed in the way that many of the people that bought in the area anticipated. Sobeys has not materialized. Many of the commercial spaces have not materialized. So I think this is why this change is being anticipated. I heard from many who are concerned about the impact of traffic and parking, but I think we've heard that we have dealt with those, that we understand them. The same with the sun shadowing. The difference of 5 meters of sun shadow over what was originally allowed into the park is minimal. This is a very beloved park, but I think the intent would be, it would be very limited on its impact. I think the biggest challenge will be people are worried about the difference of 5 meters or what that would look like. I think when you're on the ground walking, you're not going to feel that difference. So I'm going to support this. My hope is that we really will see commercial development happen along the first floor and continue to create that walkable community. And that's what I've heard mostly from residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Any other comments? Seeing none, please vote on first reading.
I'm just missing one vote, Mr. Mayor.
Still waiting on one?
No, there we have 12.
Got 12, okay. Please display the vote. And that's carried 12-0. Next then is second
I will
reading.
move second reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried.
I will move consideration for third.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
We have 12.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. Third and final.
Yes, I will move bylaw 19226 and charter bylaw 19227.
Second.
Thank you. On third and final reading, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
And that's carried 12-0. Okay, so normal course of business would be to recess now for a 90-minute dinner break. And there is still the Horse Hill item, which has, I think, 5 speakers on it. So not to rush it at all, but it's not a very quick item, but it's also not a very long item. So kind of medium for what that's worth. So I'm seeing so far from councillors that powering through the dinner break makes sense on the chat here, but I propose that as a point of privilege, since I am shorthanded here, there's no one on deck. I'm going to ask for 5-10 minutes break here just so everybody can refresh before the last item, so we can do it justice. So if I could ask for a motion
I'll move to extend orders to complete the final item and take a 10-minute break.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. I need a seconder for that? Sorry, who was that?
Second.
I missed that.
Councillor Banga, second.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Is there any debate on that approach? Not hearing any, then I'll just seek unanimous consent. Does that work? So we'll take 10 minutes and then power through and finish. Not hearing any objection to that, then by unanimous consent, orders are so ordered to be adjusted. Let's take a quick break here. We'll come back at, we'll aim for 5:42, give or take. Stand by.
Hello, someone just connected via telephone. Can you identify yourself, please?
Welcome back. We'll roll call here in just a moment. I'm having a little trouble with WebEx today, so I can't really see if folks are back. But why don't we see who's here right now, starting this time with Councillor Zadok.
I am back.
Welcome back. Councillor Essinger.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Welcome back. Councillor Henderson.
I too am back.
Hello. Councillor Knack.
Good evening. I am back.
Great. Councillor McKean.
Here.
Welcome. Councillor Nickel. Okay. Still not able to join us. Noted. Councillor Paquette.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Glued to my chair.
Like the rest of us. Councillor Carmel.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
I'm here.
Super duper. All right. So, and do we have our speakers back and lined up? Okay, great. Thank you for bearing with us through a long afternoon, and you may have been expecting us to break over dinner, but hopefully you will be pleased to be done an hour sooner as well. So, give or take. So, let's get the presentation now on the Horse Hill item.
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Item 329 pertains to the rezoning of an 8-hectare parcel of land in the southern portion of the Horse Hills Area Structure Plan in northeast Edmonton. The first slide shows land in context of the Area Structure Plan. Slide number 2 shows the land in context of the Area Structure Plan and the expected neighborhood structure plans that are anticipated within that larger plan. From this, we can see that there's only one approved neighborhood structure plan within the Horse Hills ASP, this being the Marquee neighborhood, as shown in orange on this slide, and that the subject site is located within neighborhood 1 within the ASP, which does not have an approved neighborhood structure plan. Slide number 3 shows the proposed rezoning and the surrounding zoning context. The bylaw proposes to rezone the subject site from AG, agricultural zone, to RF1, single detached residential zone, AP, public park zone, and PU, public utility zone. The surrounding lands are zoned RF1, single detached residential zone, to the east and south, AG, agricultural zone, to the west and north across 167 Avenue, and a portion of the southern lands are also zoned DC2, direct control provision, to accommodate low-density single-family built forms. The lands to the south are developed with single-detached residential housing, known colloquially as Quarry Ridge. These lands were historically zoned in 3 stages. First in 1996, the portion which was rezoned to DC2. Then in 2003, another portion or another area was rezoned to RF1. And lastly, in 2008, another section was rezoned to RF1 and AP. From this slide, we can see that the subject site is traversed by 2 pipelines that contribute to the creation of a challenging triangular shaped space in the center of the site. This triangular shaped parcel is proposed to be zoned to accommodate a pocket park. But since the unusual configuration limits its ability to function as a programmable park space, administration is not prepared to accept it as municipal reserve dedication. Notwithstanding this, the applicant is agreeable to dedicating the land to the city as non-credit park space. The pipelines will also provide opportunity for trail connections through this and the adjacent subdivisions. The fourth slide shows the proposed rezoning area overlaid with an air photo. From this, we can see that the aforementioned lands to the south are developed with low-density residential housing. Lands to the west are undeveloped, and the land to the north across 167 Avenue are undeveloped and in agricultural use. The necessary utility services are available for connection from the southerly and easterly existing developments. The proposed zoning does not conform with the underlying planning framework, as a neighborhood structure plan does not exist for Horse Hills Neighborhood 1. And the higher level area structure plan only recognizes this land for continued existing residential use. The fifth slide shows the proposed subdivision, lot, and street design that the applicant is proposing for the site. With regard to public engagement, 3 rounds of notifications were sent over an increasingly wider area. Ultimately, notification was sent to 238 surrounding landowners in lieu of an open house or public engagement event. A handful of responses were originally received, 3 in the first case, 1 in the second, and 5 in the last case of our notifications. Concerns expressed from respondents related to a variety of matters ranging from increased population and crime, low value received for taxes paid, decreased property values, and concern about the proposed sizing of lots. Administration does not support this application on the basis that there is no neighborhood structure plan upon which to measure the proposal and ensure that the neighborhood develops in an orderly and coordinated manner. Such proposals can contribute to disjointed incrementalism and could ultimately make it more difficult to achieve an orderly planned approach to the fulfillment of the Horse Hills area structure plan through coordinated, organized, and modular neighborhood structure plans. Administration recommends the council refuse this bylaw, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. So we will now hear from Patrick Shaver from Avilia Developments on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe everyone can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for allowing the time to present. I was going to say this is actually a little bit new for me, and new has been that first time I've come to council with an item that has non-support from administration. But I believe we've got some sound rationale, and that's what I'll share with you through this presentation of why we believe this proposal to go forward. If you can switch to the next slide, please. As administration indicated, we are in neighborhood 1, where it's a subject site there, and absolutely there is no neighborhood structure plan at the moment for this, but there is one to the north in neighborhood 2, and so I'll explain why that is the case. We can go to the next slide, please. So here's neighborhood 1. Again, Quarry Landing is our proposed neighborhood right there. As you see, it's in the existing residential zone of the approved area structure plan from Horse Hills from 7 years ago. So, and what we're proposing is absolutely consistent with this area structure plan. So no change to the area structure plan is what we're requesting. The parcel is approximately 8 hectares, but only about 7 hectares are developable because of the 2 pipelines that bisect the property. When you look at the area there, you can kind of see all the lines, especially in the yellow area there. There's actually 34 different parcels, and that doesn't include the large agricultural areas and the golf course at the bottom. And 85% of these parcels are 10 hectares or less. 70% of them are 5 hectares or less. The largest parcel is actually only 37.5 hectares, which is just over a quarter section, and that's actually owned by the province. So there is no large parcels or large assembly of land that's enabled a neighborhood structure plan to be prepared. The land ownership is fragmented. It's mostly owners, no developers. So there is no interest in the group partaking in a neighborhood structure plan and developing a neighborhood structure plan. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the site is bounded on the south by the existing residential and on the east by existing residential. To the north, 167th Avenue, which is a fully urbanized road, fully completed curb and gutter. So that's already been developed for and aids in development. To the north is agricultural, but that agricultural is expected to remain as the owners of that do not want to develop their land. So the only parcel adjacent to this is to the west that's undeveloped, and that's approximately a 12-acre parcel, but again, in the existing residential neighborhood identified in the area structure plan. As also is mentioned by administration, all services to the site are adjacent, sanitary, storm water, roads, power, and communication, as well as this site allows for access and connection of pedestrians from 167th Avenue down into the existing Quarry Ridge neighborhood. Next slide, please. So we have actually worked with administration, and we understand the position because there's no neighborhood structure plan. But for the last year and a half, we've developed a plan, gone through over 20 iterations and plans and adjustments, whether it's parks or roads or accesses. And we've come up with this plan right now that we believe provides a very good balance and that administration supports based upon the comments of the subdivisions that we've received. What we've done too on the plan, you see the dark yellow, that's the larger single family lots that border the existing residential lots. Everything else is single family lots, which is consistent with the zoning of the neighborhood in the area. I want to address what we believe is three benefits to this going ahead, even though there is no neighborhood structure plan. The first is the neighborhood park in the middle. Again, it's identified. We are willing to designate that as park without getting municipal reserve credit, which means that we'll be paying approximately $100,000 cash in lieu that the city can use for other parks or other areas. Collectively, that park and the trail and the pipelines account for about 1.5 acres of green space. Second is the trail connection. 167th Ave allows for pedestrian and multi-use trail, paved path that would go by the park, also continue south into the existing Quarry Ridge neighborhood. Again, there was a request by administration to continue that down to 3rd Street. We've agreed to that, so that will be in the existing neighborhood, and it will connect to the existing Top of Bank Trail in the Quarry Ridge neighborhood. And the third benefit that we see from this is if we go ahead in this, and this is approved, we'll be contributing approximately $2 million to the arterial road assessment fund. That's $2 million contribution that could go towards any arterial roads in the area. We've been working hard with administration, and as recently as yesterday had conversations about the most practical and impactful way where these funds can be used. And essentially, and if people are in the area, understand that there's a section of Meridian Street that's substandard, so that's what we're working on with administration. Slide 6. Just want to show it's an illustration. We're up to the top right where our density is 20 units per net residential hectare, and that compares down to 7.7 units in the net residential of the existing Quarry Ridge. The reason I show this slide is because, again, we're looking at a balance. We know the target density in this area in neighborhood 1 is 31 units per hectare. So we think we've done a very good job, again, working with administration to come up with a density that's as high as we can, but still respecting the form of the neighborhood that's bounded by this area, designated as existing residential in the area structure plan. So the next slide, slide 7, is just I talk about some more of the benefits. I've kind of gone through all those. One thing that I do want to mention the last couple of lines there is we do have interest in this development to go ahead, and we think in these times right now.
Yes. Mr. Shaver, sorry, I'll have to stop you there as we're over the 5 minutes now, but there may be some questions for you, so we'll leave the slide up.
Sure.
All right, questions for Mr. Shaver? Councillor Henderson had selected this, but let me see if...
Yeah, no, I selected it in part because of the non-support and in part because there were the speakers in opposition.
Okay. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Just a couple quick questions. On your slide, it says we'll contribute approximately $2 million to the arterial road fund for this area, but in your presentation, you said $3 million. Just clarification on that.
Oh, for your worship, sorry if I misspoke. It is $2 million, approximately $2 million, just over $2 million.
Okay, only the mayor's worshipful around here, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
So my next question is, so I'm not a city planner, but in my opinion, opening up the gates for development for Quarry Ridge might have been premature.
especially since they still don't have a reliable paved road in Meridian Street, and it's been decades. So I'm just wondering, do you feel that, and in what way would your proposal help mitigate that issue, or would it just exacerbate the problem with more vehicles on a road that frankly just can't handle it?
Sure. Again, through you there to Councillor Paquette. Thank you for that. Kind of referring back to your first question about the clarification. With any developments, the city set up an arterial road assessment fund for different basins. The amount of funds that we'd be generating from our parcel right here, again, to reiterate, would be $2 million. So when I say we've been working with administration, we have been working with the subdivision authority and development approval to see what sections where those monies should go. So you're absolutely right. If there's no improvements, I would say, I'd have to admit that we would exacerbate it. That's why I say 167th Avenue, we're in good shape. The road's urban section, it's built up. But with $2 million, we can do a lot to improve Meridian Street right now, or as soon as we go ahead. We're also working with the developers in Neighborhood 2, who do have a condition to improve Meridian Street as well. So with our contribution to Meridian Street, we believe we can address the immediate concerns as quick as possible. I don't know if it could be this year, but certainly next year, first thing, and working with the other developers, working towards the full redevelopment of Meridian Street. So if there is some funds missing or not available for the city to address that concern, we think by going ahead with this development, we can actually help the entire neighborhood.
Okay. Now, last I heard, it's an $18 million price tag to pave that road. But another question is, why this parcel now, when just north, where we have the plans already in place? Is it simply because you don't have any holdings up on the northern side of 167 across the creek?
No, it's a fair question, and that's really the answer is yes. We don't have any holdings up north in the other area. With our company or organization, to undertake a large tracts of land, quarter section, 160 acres, sometimes it's difficult. That's why larger companies do that. The 20 acre, 30 acre parcels that we look at, we believe we can contribute to. We've done those in Edmonton throughout the region as well, and we believe we've come up with very good neighborhoods. We have architectural controls in all of our neighborhoods that we do that. We take a lot of pride in, and doesn't matter what size of neighborhood we have.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Your Worship, time?
You got 1 minute 4.
1 minute 4. Okay. All right. And so one of the concerns on administration's side, I think, is the fractionation of the land and the fact that we don't have a plan and that things are, it has sort of developed almost willy-nilly. I mean, there has been plans, but it hasn't been cohesive. And they're concerned that we're continuing on this trend will cause more problems as we go. So how would you respond to that?
Thank you, Councillor. And yeah, I ran out of time on my first. I did want to address that with this right here, regardless if there's a neighborhood structure plan, if and when, and hopefully at some time it's when, but as I mentioned, it's very difficult with all the fractional ownership, that we don't see any change to our parcel rate that would be coming forward. So because of the pipelines that bisect and the size of it, there's not going to be a school there. It's at a location that's not beneficial for commercial use. So even though I do agree with administration's general comment, if you look at this site specifically, and that's why I mentioned the southbounding existing development, the eastbounding existing development, the north, which is going to remain as agricultural for the foreseeable time, that nothing's really going to change. And again, that's why I say I can bring this forward, with some confidence, certainly no certainty, but that justification of why this can go ahead without an NSP, because I don't think it will negatively impact the neighborhood regardless in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean, then Councillor Henderson. Councillor McKean?
Sorry, here I am, I think. Mr. Shaver, I have one question, and I think it's a bit different than Councillor Paquette's. I think you're arguing for some urgency here, that we don't have to wait for the NSP. You want to get going. There's advantages to the city in doing so. So you're arguing for timeliness or urgency. And I'm a little bit skeptical about that, only because we're in the middle of a pandemic. So please give me your thoughts on that, why there would be urgency for you right now.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor McKean. We started this process about 1.5 years ago, just a little bit longer than that, actually. So before a pandemic was in place, when we looked at the land and partnered with this land, we thought that, yes, we know that there's no neighborhood structure plan in place. Talking to other landowners and consultants that had worked in this area, it just didn't seem that it was imminent that anything would happen. So if it was something that would happen within 6 months or a year 1.5 years, then we would have been, partaken in that. But we don't see anything happening in the near future at all in terms of the neighborhood structure plan. So in terms of urgency, it's not so much, yes, we just thought before we have to get going. We have been working on it for 1.5 years. And so pandemic or not, we would have been coming to council here probably even sooner if it wasn't a pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I guess, one of my questions, and I'll ask this of administration as well, is, we don't have a less dense zone than RF1. And understanding that it's going to be a challenge to begin with to hit our density targets in this area. And not understanding without having any understanding of what's going to happen around. That's part of what's really hard to respond to without understanding the rest, at least some kind of plan and commitment for what's going to happen in the rest of the district. So, and I would add to that, and we don't usually get to see that, going with a built form that just builds more cul-de-sacs, when we've got a report coming tomorrow telling us how much it costs us to clear the snow, is also something that I think we need to be addressing. So this feels to me like it's a kind of old style of doing stuff, which also would be spoken to by a plan. So any response to that?
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, on that. I think that there's a couple things. Because of the constraints we have, it's not a large site, and because of the pipelines. If the pipelines aren't there, then it allows you to do some other things, bring the roads across a little bit easier. And we don't, and we look at the economics as well as the planning component of it. So that's the rationale of why you do see a couple cul-de-sacs, but then 167th Avenue in the southwest while it connects to the future development. In terms of the density, yeah, and again, we were back and forth and worked with administration. They can comment on it. We know some of the comments we've received from the residents is, why are you going higher density? We did have a proposal to try to get some semi-detached in there as well. There were some logistical issues with that, as well. But that's why going from 7.7 units per hectare on the density to 20 units per hectare, we think that 3 times we've made a large increase on that. You're right, we're not at 31 yet, so yeah.
But we have no way of guaranteeing that without a plan. I mean, all we have is the zoning, and the zoning doesn't compel the 20 units per hectare, does it?
Well, we have a subdivision plan. That's the plan.
But that's not what we're being asked to approve here.
Correct.
Yeah. And I'm also curious. It looks like there's a pretty significant tree stand there. So, and as there is in the area, in some of the area next to it. And again, those are the kind of questions I presume that a plan would answer.
Yes, on the tree stand, we actually had one of our concept plans that said we've gone through a number of iterations, actually had larger parks, larger areas. Administration parks have said they were not interested in having any larger parks or retaining those tree stands. It wasn't part of the tree inventory. They actually requested that we remove the parks that we had and develop everything. And again, we retained that park in the middle. So the trees that we would retain, there are some on the pipeline. There are some, we're doing a tree assessment along 167th Ave to see what we can retain, as well as along the east boundary right there. There are some trees. But you're correct, the large trees down there would be scheduled for removal.
Okay, well, I'll ask the same questions to the administration, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina, questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for your presentation, and the fact that it doesn't have a neighborhood structure plan is one thing. The fact that it took many years to get an area structure plan for Horse Hill is something else, and a number of you will remember those discussions going forward on that particular development. So your density is higher than what is there now. And just confirm for me, because I know the area really, really well, your north boundaries, 167, that takes in, I guess you'd call it an RV storage junkyard that exists there now, which is certainly no benefit to Horse Hill. And given that we have 5 neighborhood plans for that in that ASP, this one seems to be the one that's not leapfrogging. Going to number 2 actually jumps over this one. And I know that the conversations around Quarry Ridge, the objections were that we were frog jumping development. But those 3 were approved because they were good projects. And we needed the mix of housing, which we didn't have that type of housing in that area of the city. We needed utilities to come forward, which we still don't have in the majority of Horse Hill. So in your mind, is administration not supporting this because strictly the NSP not being there, or is there other reasons why they are not supporting this?
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. My understanding is because there's no neighborhood structure plan in there. As I said, we've worked with administration, adjust the plan, change our emergency access, change the parks. And as you said, we've undertaken all the studies that were necessary, the environmental, the geotechnical, all the servicing studies. And back to your comment, that's one thing that this does, is it connects to the existing services. So it's not onerous. There are utilities there already, so we're connecting. I'm not going to call it an infill at all, but like I said, it's bounded by 3 sides of land that's already developed. There won't be developed on that. So administration will have to confirm, but I believe they do like our plan. Again, we've worked with them on our subdivision conditions, extending the trail, working with the arterial road, Meridian Street, addressing the park. Again, guaranteeing that we'll support the park without MR credit so that they have cash in lieu. So we believe that we've had very good conversations with them, and that without the neighborhood structure plan, I think that they would have supported this.
Yeah, and I mean, they're bound by, obviously, the rules that we have in place, the bylaws we have in place. But given that they've worked with you for the past year and a half, rather than just telling you where to go on day one because there is no NSP, that's not the rationale for it. And I think that those who remember the discussions on Horse Hill, because utilities being there, you're right, with Port it's no different than the energy park that no one there is going to develop if they have to bring in all the utilities up front and then recoup their costs from everybody else. So neighborhood 2, to me, will be many, many, many years before any development is done there if that is the circumstances where that developer or those developers would actually have to bring in services through empty lands and at their cost. So I think that that's one of the rationale of why this would be developable first versus the one that actually has a neighborhood structure plan in place at this point. Am I correct? The cost that it would take to develop neighborhood 2?
Well, thank you, Councillor. I do agree that when you get to neighborhood 2, you are leapfrogging. Again, the neighborhood structure plan was able to go ahead because developers were able to amass large tracts of land, and it was financially feasible for them to do a neighborhood structure plan. But here, as you say, we're not leapfrogging. We're adjacent to existing development. 167th Avenue, as I said, is an improved road, curb and gutter, services underneath. So using the existing infrastructure, I think, bodes well. And then our contribution with the $2 million of the arterial road to upgrade sections. Yes, the comment was it could be 15 to 18 million. And that's my understanding, right from 153rd Avenue, but all the way to neighborhood 2. So just to give a little bit more context, it is expensive to do that, so I don't know how long they're going to do that, but certainly $2 million does allow for sections or stretches, especially that are under poor conditions right now, for us to be able to aid the city and the residents in helping and reconstructing right now.
Thank you for that. And Quarry Ridge was not premature in my mind at the time, knowing how badly we needed to extend those services and to have a supply of a different type of housing in the general area. And if everybody recalls, this land was a sturgeon land.
Sorry, you're over time, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll ask administration same questions.
Sure. Councillor Essinger?
I just want to confirm, so the reason you didn't have a NSP is because you couldn't get all the other landowners to work on that?
Yes, Councillor Essinger, absolutely. We've contacted other landowners, and most of them, with the exception of one, are landowners. They're not developers. Would they want an NSP? Sure. They said, you're more than welcome to do an NSP for me, but we're not paying anything. And you can do the environmental study on my house and my garage, and you can do the geotechnical and bring the rig in, and you can do other things. So the cost to do a whole neighborhood structure plan is quite substantial. So we did look at that, knowing that, again, I'm coming forward without an NSP and without support to it. And we couldn't do an NSP for the entire area. But in terms of what we needed to do, and not just our site, when I say look at the environmental and the geotechnical, we looked at the servicing for the entire area. So sure, things were done with the area structure plan, but we delved in, got deeper into the detail and looked how it works with water for everywhere, sanitary for the whole basin, for the whole neighborhood, storm for the whole neighborhood. Our engineers did that, met with the city. So there was nothing that we were doing that was in the vacuum in terms of servicing. There's nothing that we're doing that's going to negatively impact another area of land that says, oh, gee, wait a minute, you're going ahead and I should have put a pipe through your land. What we're proposing works with existing services, works with future services, and also allows us to put a connection to the lands just right to the west of us as well. So at some point, they can go ahead, NSP or no NSP, and once that's approved.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Shaver? Not seeing any, then we'll turn now to hear from the individuals. Well, let me just check. Are there any questions for Om Joshi or Don Taylor from WSP? All right, not seeing any, then we'll turn now to Jim Guerra. The floor is yours, Jim, as soon as your microphone's on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Jim Guerra. When we first moved here, Ed Gibbons was the councillor in our area, and he said that the city did not like the leapfrog communities and that there would not be any more built around here. The services aren't great out here. There's no busing, and the building behind us would never happen as pipelines didn't allow for this building. The land there here is great for supporting crops and vegetables. This is a unique piece of land with great soil. Actually, it's number one soil, so close to the city. Why spoil this? The northeast corner is a great growing area with a unique soil that grows food every year without ever having to rest the ground. Why rip up the soil for homes when you can utilize the ground for food? We may need to use this land to plant more trees and food for our own city needs. We don't know how our food will become affected by COVID. We may not be able to get as many vegetables from Mexico or the U.S. We don't know. Developing this land will affect the appearance because the trees will be lost and the maturity of the area will be gone. It's a beautiful area that is now not needing any more development, which is a change of our neighborhood structure plan. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Questions for Mr. Guerra?
Yes, Ms.
Councillor Paquette.
One question. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Guerra, thank you for your presentation. Are you a farmer, sir?
I help my brother farm.
Okay, yeah. So are you aware of what happens to the soil of a farm when it gets scraped away for development?
Yes, I know it's saved and they screen it and sell it, yeah.
Yeah.
But you're losing that land here is my point.
Yeah. So, but that soil, can you ever just spread it right back out and it's the same kind of growing soil?
No, it's the makeup underneath it and everything, the clay. It's not the same.
Yeah.
It's good soil, but it's not the same.
Okay. Now, just, I'm putting you on the spot here, but what would you say to the folks who build houses in the area, who own houses, who don't have the service with the bus, they don't have a paved road that's reliable year in, year out, throughout all the seasons? They might be thinking that a more development is going to lead to more services.
That might be true, but I think we've been getting by out here for quite a while. We've had snowstorms where we've had to go and take our own snow blowers and clear the road. So, I mean, we get by.
Yeah, okay. And so your main point in opposing this is that we don't know what the future holds, and farmland is a treasure, but that land currently is owned by the developer. So, I mean, what would do you see a solution there?
Not an easy one.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if this development would be right for it, if there is a development, because, well, like I was saying, they're going to knock down all those mature trees, right? And you're going to lose all that. And I know the city of Edmonton's very, very much likes the trees. It's a green city.
Okay. Well, I thank you very much for your time, Mr. Gar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Guerra? Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Garrett, I'm not sure where you are in this area in Horse Hill, but the land in question here, I think I was correct with the northeast corner is the RV, well, not just RV storage, but looks like, well, put it bluntly, a junkyard full of stuff and that. So, and the land to the west of it, that a portion of this will entail, what's being grown there now? Is that used as agriculture right now by anyone?
Last year, somebody was growing vegetables, and this year, no, because of the poor spring, I don't think they got into the field quick enough, so they just left it go. Because right now it's about 2 feet high weeds, but it's just
Right.
a poor
It's
spring.
been basically abandoned for some time now. Like I said, I know the area fairly well, and then you have some residential just to the west of this plot of land that exists there, and then you have obviously the trailer park to the north of it. So leaving this as agricultural land with the developer is not going to farm this. They have certainly property rights to do what they wish. And those who were concerned about agriculture sold their land to this developer and many others in the area. So to come back after the fact that you would sell off your land and then argue that you should not develop it under any circumstance and leave it as farmland with nobody to farm it.
Oh,
so
no.
how do we get past this?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to get developed, but I'm not sure I like the way that this land is divvied up.
What is it about it that you're really concerned on how the lots are divided? I'm not sure
it's
what your objection is.
Well, there's along the one fence, the housing's not too bad, but then you go further along to 167th Avenue, and they get pretty small lots. I know.
So you're telling me the density, you don't like the number of units going there. You prefer to stay residential estate lots, more so like Quarry Ridge, half acres?
Yeah, something similar to that, where they'd be bigger lots.
Okay, well, the direction of the city is to develop much higher density, and this particular area absolutely needs a shot in the arm to start development in the area. And like I said before, if we wait for neighborhood 2 to come online, that's going to be decades from now, and this land will basically be sterilized with no housing, no farming. It remains exactly as it is, which is not, in my view, good use of land going forward.
Yeah, you're right, but I think there's a better plan for it than just the way that they've divvied it up right now.
Okay, well, I'll ask the administration if there's other things that they could have done, or maybe they've already discussed it, and this could be the best solution for it. But I'll ask administration as well. Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. All my other questions have been asked. Mr. Garrett, I only got one question. You mentioned mature trees. They are on private land, aren't they?
Yes, they are on the land that's going to be developed. Yes.
Okay, but what do you think is the obligation on those folks to keep those trees on their land?
It would be just like anybody else as a developer in the city. The city is very strict about how you take down trees.
Even when they're on private land?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Guerra? Not seeing any, then thank you very much. Charlene Guerra is next.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
We just like to say the loss of the value of our home is our main concern. When we bought here, it was the view that made us buy this house. We wanted to be out somewhere that was quiet and had more of a country feel, and we liked the wildlife that came around. But then they wanted to add phase 3, so everybody said, okay, let's add phase 3. And now we have a lot of noise, we have a lot of traffic. It scared away most of the wildlife, and it really took a toll on our roads. The golf course brings lots of traffic out here, and Meridian Street is always being fixed like a Band-Aid. It's in terrible shape, and the traffic coming off of Meridian Street onto 3rd Street is very busy. It's unsafe on the weekends. We don't have sidewalks, as we wanted to promote the country feel out here for the people, so that everybody could walk through the community. And now we can't even walk our grandchildren down the road because it's so busy and unsafe. We have a lot of cars coming in here, speeding, a lot of motorcycles revving their motors. Everybody's coming from the golf course and they're coming from the park. Everybody parks on 167th Avenue on the evenings and weekends when it's nice out, and they race their cars up and down there. And then they drive their motorcycles through on 3rd Street. 3rd Street has big heaves in the road now, and the road is not in great shape just from all the construction of Phase 3 going through and all the suppliers for the houses and buildings. We feel that with more housing, this will increase the traffic tremendously, and it will also increase the noise. We didn't get to see a plan other than the card that we received in the mail as to what kind of houses were going to be put here. But our concern is that our home is an investment for us, for our retirement. How much will this development devalue our home? When we look out our windows, we face the north. So we face the whole field. And if they take down the trees, we have a 2-story, so it takes everything from our view. Everything that we paid for will be gone. A house can sell on just its views alone. And we feel that any building put behind us would definitely going to take the value of our home. The only way that we feel that we could support any sort of development out there would be if they match the lot and the homes that are already existing. And I know everybody wants lower homes and smaller homes. But the fact of the matter is that we grew up in smaller homes, and we worked our way up into earning a bigger home. And now that we get here, it's like it gets taken away because you want to have smaller homes for people. But we did earn the right to live here because we worked hard to get here. So we feel that if that's the way that something has to go up here behind us, then that's the only way that we really want to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Are there any questions? Not seeing any, then Tina Kenny or Ryan Kenny? Is one of you still there?
Yeah, Ryan Kenny, I'm going to speak on behalf of us.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, thanks for having us. So I think we'd just like to give a more personal perspective from our family and our community as residents here in Quarry Ridge. But first, just wanted to touch on some of the zoning concerns, which I think is the primary reason why the City of Admin doesn't support this proposed bylaw. So first off, as has been discussed, this proposal lacks a neighborhood structure plan. And these plans exist to make sure Edmonton is the best city it can be for its citizens. I think this, while there are circumstances at play, I think it does highlight the developer's focus on achieving its business goals and a bit of lack of regard for the potential concerns of citizens and other stakeholders here. And then on the flip side, without a clear plan, there's no way to fairly evaluate possible benefits for other parties outside of the developers themselves. So I think it's really important that if the city approves this rezoning, it also does signal to other developers that maybe they can skip on the regular processes for developing neighborhood structure plans and, get to profit a little bit faster. And also, as has been touched on, this land is currently urban farmland. And I know FRESH, the Edmonton's Food and Urban Agriculture Strategy, has been guiding our city's agricultural activities since 2012. And in that plan, which came out of the Way We Grow, it includes recommendations for conserving existing farmland, reducing unsustainable development to provide balance for our growing city. And this proposed development is in conflict with these municipal strategies and priorities. And just further to that point, to respond to some of Councillor Catarina's points about the junkyard in the area, that property is on Meridian Street. There's a large tree stand behind it. So no one in the Quarry Ridge development is actually seeing that property. It's a tiny piece of the overall farmland and forested area. And the farmland is not abandoned. There's currently a tractor that I'm looking at my window right now. So they did farm it last year, and I haven't spoken to the farmers whose tractor is out there, but for whatever reason, they've chosen not to farm it this year. Now, speaking to our community, Quarry Ridge, this development doesn't fully align with the existing community design plan, but it also doesn't align with the area structure plan for Horse Hills. And in the Horse Hills area structure plan, it calls for the integration of new developments with existing residential, as well as to conserve and integrate with areas of high ecological significance within the land use concept, which we don't believe it does on either side. Quarry Ridge itself is an architecturally designed neighborhood. It was developed in 3 phases, as you know, with thoughtful execution of exterior design, with oversized lot sizes, about half an acre each, and low traffic roads. And as council has pointed out, Quarry Ridge is a unique type of residential offering, and that's one of the reasons why it was approved originally. And this proposal doesn't respect the spirit of that development. And this parcel of land on the absolute edge of our city is not the place to make a dent in the city's broad-reaching goals to introduce higher density. One important component of Quarry Ridge's community plan is that the majority of houses are connected to greenways or wildlife habitats. And this proposed development would take that important element of people's lifestyle away from about 20 properties in the existing community that overlook the farmland and the forested area that would certainly be clear-cut for the development. And of course, as our previous speaker mentioned, it would also negatively impact property values for us and our neighbors who have all made a significant investment to be where we are right here. Something that you may not know is that the land is also a nature corridor, and it connects animals to the river valley and beyond. Our family and our neighbors have regularly observed animals such as deer, coyotes, and moose traversing the proposed development area past the large forested area. And our 2-year-old, every day, she looks out and does her daily nature check, excitedly looking for another moose, as she would say. And with the long-term development plans in this area, in the Horse Hills area, it's important that we maintain a natural corridor like this. Now, on a more personal note, our family's quality of life will most certainly be negatively impacted. We chose Quarry Ridge and our home in particular specifically for its connection to nature. We wouldn't be here without it. Our home's primary design feature is a large vaulted window facing north to showcase the view of the outdoors overlooking this proposed area. And construction of a new development would be highly disruptive to the lifestyle we love. Our 5-year-old, who for his last birthday asked for donations to help save endangered species in lieu of gifts, was adamant that we speak today to help protect the hundreds of trees and animals and bugs, as he would say, that make up this ecosystem. And like many of our neighbors, we're raising young children here in a peaceful setting where they can get outside and experience nature while still being connected to the city we love. And it would be truly sad to take that away. And so to close, I'd just like to say that it does impact individual homeowners and their families like us, but there is the bigger picture of the lack of a neighborhood structure plan, which really would make sure that it's a carefully crafted community enhancing the lives of all Edmontonians. And responsible developers take these plans seriously, balancing the needs of citizens with the goals of their businesses. And we owe it to all these developers and all Edmontonians to deny this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kenny?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kenny, for your presentation. Just a few questions, just sort of want to pick your brain on this a little bit. One of the issues for the area is obviously Meridian and the fact that it's not paved and it has to be patched up periodically. Without more development in the area, there just will not be the money to pave that street. So what are your thoughts on that?
For us, we'd rather drive 15 kilometers an hour over the bumpy section of Meridian Road when we exit the neighborhood than to have the community that we and the home that we bought specifically for the lot and the nature view that we have to be ruined by this additional development. And we're not opposed to additional developments in general. So, you know, some of these other neighborhoods that are planned, I think are fine, but it's when we do have this existing very unique residential area, putting in a more traditional residential area with multiple houses backing onto these properties and eliminating this farmland and these tree stands is really going to negatively impact a lot of people's lives as well as property values. So I think this is not the place to be trying to find extra money to make those road repairs.
Okay. The other thing is I get a lot of emails from your neighbors about the lack of bus service. And the thing is that to provide bus service, there has to be enough people to make it worthwhile to have a route. And so what do we say to your neighbors who would like to see more density so they can have that service?
Well, first of all, there is bus service to Evergreen Trailer Park, which is not a far walk or bike ride away from this neighborhood. So if people were wanting to use the bus, certainly that is available. But I don't believe that this current proposed development would even suffice to bring in additional busing yet. I think that would come in with future developments in building out the area structure plan more fully. And until then, which is really in the decades to come, I think most people that have chosen to live here recognize that they are on the edge of the city. And so that is one of the sacrifices that I think people recognize that they're making to live in a very special kind of community is that they're not going to get all the exact same kinds of services as you would in a more central community.
Okay, so just to clarify, you feel that it's okay to have the reduced services because you're actually on the edge of the city, and so obviously the cost to provide those services for that smaller area is a lot more than the cost to provide a more dense area, the same type of services that are full services rather than what you receive in Quarry Ridge.
Yep, absolutely. That's part of our calculation in purchasing this place, is willing to accept that reduced level of service for the type of neighborhood that we're living in.
I should forward you all my emails from now on.
I'm sure I don't speak for all people in Quarry Ridge, but you know, everybody wants to have their cake and eat it too. But I think when you're being realistic about what this neighborhood is and how unique it is in this city, you have to accept that you're not going to be able to get everything that every central neighborhood gets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. So we'll now hear from Maria Rodriguez.
Maria Rodriguez never checked in. We did call and leave a voicemail and send an email.
Okay. Is there anybody else registered to speak on this item that I'm missing, or have we heard from everyone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, then questions of administration. I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we've heard a lot of different opinions, and you know, obviously we understand administration's position. So I'm just wondering, you know, we hear about Meridian Road quite often at our office, and you do as well because we pass that along to you. And I'm just curious, because we don't have a neighborhood structure plan, how do we justify keeping these communities without the same city services for decades? Simply because we don't have a plan.
Thank you, Councillor. It is a challenge. It's definitely a challenge with regard to Meridian Street. I'll initially say, and then perhaps I'll turn it over to Mr. Saeed. There are some improvements planned for Meridian Street that's being driven by some of the development in the Marquee neighborhood to the north. But Mr. Saeed may have more details about that aspect.
Yes, I would just add that as part of the proposal in front of us, as Mr. Shaver mentioned, that there will be ARA contributions, and as with the subdivision approval, condition will be to upgrade Meridian Street from 153rd Avenue to 167 Avenue.
All right, so you're talking about the Qualco development, or?
The developments in Marquee, there is commitment from the developers in neighborhood 2 as well, which is primarily north of 167 all the way to the rail crossing.
Yeah.
So there could be a potential for upgrading Meridian Street in stages, and the developers have shown interest in working together on that.
Do we have a vague timeline on that?
For the portion north of 167, the tentative timeline is start of construction next year, but that is subject to further confirmation.
Well, more specifically, for paving Meridian, do we have a vague timeline?
I am talking about paving from going from rural to urbanized cross section, which will be a standard arterial roadway.
So down to 167, but no timeline for 167 to 153rd?
And from 167 to 153rd, it will be a part of the subdivision approval for the proposal in front of us.
Okay, so we have, and we don't have a timeline on that, though.
Currently, we don't.
What's that?
No, we don't have a timeline for that.
Right. So that's up in the air. So this is an issue, and it's been an ongoing one for literally decades. So the holdup, obviously, is the neighborhood structure plan. So can you speak a little bit to the snags there? Why we don't have one? Is it simply because some property owners just don't want to cooperate with that process?
Areas like this, Councillor, are always a challenge, and as the applicant identified, anywhere where you have a fragmented land ownership pattern with a lot of smallers, it takes quite a bit of investment and quite a bit of critical mass in order to establish and initiate something of the scope and scale of a neighborhood structure plan, which is why we have policies that try to prevent the fragmentation of land as far out as we possibly can to avoid these situations. But unfortunately, through exercises like annexation, we have inherited these areas from the county over the years, and so largely that is a challenge that there's no real easy answers to.
Okay, so part of the issue then is that you don't support this development because it doesn't fit in with what could potentially be a larger neighborhood structure plan, or we don't yet know what that plan could be or when we could even have one.
Correct. What a neighborhood structure plan does is it always provides a framework for us to assess proposals like this and gives us a background and a baseline on how it fits into the larger scheme. And as city planners, of course, that is the way that we recommend and advise that our city should grow and develop in an orderly, consistent way. It provides a lot of context around making decisions around the park system and the school systems and the roadways as they all fit together in a larger context. And so that's the primary function, is that makes that whole process work much more smoothly and neatly when we have that information, which is why we always recommend it.
Right. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I'm out of time. Is that right, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm afraid your first round time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can come back to you if you've got more questions after others ask theirs. Councillor Walters, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Hendricks, you said a fair bit about this, but I do have a slippery slope argument in my head about what this means or what this would say about our approach to planning overall if we approve this. So can you just comment on what this may or may not expose us to in terms of other applications that would come forward?
Thank you, Councillor. Another good question with no real easy answer. When we get proposals like this, we obviously make our recommendation or advice against the background of whether there's a plan. That's the first consideration. In the absence of that, our second layer or level is to make sure that technically, can it work or can it work, and what needs to be done for that to happen, which is why we require the applicant to provide the drainage study, some of the roadwork assessment, and water studies. There is a possibility that if this gets approved today, that other landowners see this and they also bring other applications forward, and that just tends to kick the can down the road and leads to more difficult decisions.
And how does this, if at all, align with the EMRB growth plan?
At the time the ASP was approved, I believe it's grandfathered in at a slightly lower rate. So the ASP overall has a target of 33 units per hectare. Neighborhood 1 was earmarked for 31 units per hectare. And as we've seen with from the applicant, although their efforts are to try and nudge that figure up, it would still be with the estate development of Quarry Ridge and single detached proposal now. It's hard to assess on a small scale how it would contribute to raising that number.
So from a reputational perspective, remembering the position we took in the advocacy we provided on Sturgeon Valley ASP as part of the regional through the REF process, from a reputational perspective, what would this say about the city of Edmonton if we were to approve something like this when we had an entirely different position with a neighboring municipality?
I think, Councillor, to further Mr. Heinrich's answer there and not speak directly towards the reputational concern, is that the approval of this is less than what the EMRB looks for in the neighborhood plan, but it's hard to evaluate that as a complete whole because there is no neighborhood plan. So as you know, certain neighborhoods have lower densities than others, and because of the small nature of this proposal, it, by matter of fact of just pure numbers, it's less than what EMRB calls for, but it would be impossible without that larger neighborhood planning exercise to see if the neighborhood would meet that, but it would make it worse to get there.
Mr. Pollock, if one of our neighbors was to do this, I wonder what our position would be if it but I don't even know how we'd comment on that necessarily. But I think it's a worthwhile question considering the conversation that we had at committee about and council about our support for the eventual support for the work that happened in Sturgeon Valley. If you were to have supported this, and I know that there's always a debate within your department, what would be the primary strength on which you would have supported this application? So I know the NSP is not there, and that's a big reason. But, or maybe I'll ask, in other words, what do you see as a strength of this application?
I guess one strength is, as we've heard from some of the comments, we have some improved roadways in 167 Avenue as the piece. There's desired work to be done on Meridian Street. And if there is a positive light on this, is that any development would help contribute to either utilizing that infrastructure that has been built there, or would contribute to, through the ARA, the improvement of Meridian Street, which would be things that would at a base level still be part of the goal and be what we'd be striving towards if a plan were in place.
Okay, so it's like a small infrastructure improvement, essentially, like in the big scheme of things, in terms of, and I compared to the reputational challenges, I think we might, that might ensue in our regional relationships. Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. I can understand that we are pushing for orderly and consistent development. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If there is development on the east side and there is development on the south side of this parcel, where is it not orderly?
On a small scale, it would be orderly because it is contiguous with the established street network and houses and servicing infrastructure that is. At the larger scale, it's not, but at a smaller scale, it is, yes.
So if a single owner with the ownership of all this land would have came to you under similar conditions, east built and south built already, would you have approved it?
Councillor, if there wasn't a plan in place, we would have the same position as today.
Okay. And again, I'm having a little bit of difficulty in understanding that there is no neighborhood structure plan. What would it take to get that?
Typically, there are a series of engineering studies or professional studies that are done, information collected, surveys taken, reports submitted to comprehensively assess many, many aspects on a neighborhood-wide basis, everything from historical archaeological studies to natural area studies, parkland impact assessments, school, community, knowledge campus assessments, along with all the standard engineering work for the hard infrastructure and utilities, and it's all done on a comprehensive basis. So it takes quite a bit of money, it takes quite a bit of time, it takes quite a bit of professional service to consolidate all of that, and which is why it's a really challenging thing to do in an area where you've got a lot of small landowners and a fragmented land ownership pattern.
Okay. So I'm going to give you an example of Warnerville, 66 feet, Eller Street. That land has been sitting there for 42 years, I can see. It might have been sitting before too. But the area around it is getting up. And why would this not get developed? If somebody wanted.
Yeah, in the Wernerville example, that is, sorry. In the Wernerville example, that is an area that is part of a area structure plan. It was identified as a special study area for many of the same challenges that we're seeing today in this example. And eventually, recently, we have found a way to incrementally start to allow some development in there. And we are hopeful that it may actually come to something and come to fruition. That remains yet to be seen, but we're hopeful in what we've seen. There's still a lot of unknown questions on how much of the Wernerville area will get developed, and it will depend on some of the technical requirements.
So my final question, if all the owners don't come at the same time, would it be a special study area for the next 40 years?
That's a possibility. We have several areas like that scattered around the city where this exact challenge exists. Many of them in acreage areas, Normandale Gardens on the west end for one, Wernerville on the southeast, areas like this in Horse Hills. So it's not an unknown issue. And thus far, we have yet to find a workable solution around it. In a perfect world, perhaps the city could go ahead and muster the resources to do the plan ourselves, but that's not something that seems realistic or easy to envision in this environment.
To add to Mr. Heinrichs' point, the Wernerville is a little bit different of a situation that we're facing here today. Wernerville is an existing country residential area that's been surrounded by urban development that has had the planning put into place over the past decades. What we're seeing here is development that's occurring without a plan in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just to look at a couple of points here. I'm getting echo back here. Thanks. Sorry, this is really strange. This is a light that I'm hearing back from your end. Anyway, I'll try. I'll do my best to ignore myself. The reason we would do a plan, I mean, to Councillor Paquette's questions, you know, one of the reasons why you would do a plan is so you don't get yourself into a position like we have with Quarry Ridge, where we really didn't know how we were going to serve it with transit or any of those kind of things, and it's precisely because Quarry Ridge went ahead without an NSP that we've ended up in this kind of bind. Is that fair to say?
That's reasonable, yes.
You know, because, I would have been around for number 3. I have some memory of it, but I'm not around for parts 1 and 2 of Quarry Ridge. I'm guessing those were part of what was understood going in there with Quarry Ridge, that these challenges were going to exist, and the choice was made to go ahead at that point anyway. So, you know, but I'm guessing the problem is the further we go down this rabbit hole, the worse we make that problem if we go ahead without creating some kind of a plan for this area. Is that also fair to say?
Correct.
And the one other thing I just, you know, to understand what goes, you know, and ironically, we just did a plan today. I mean, in another very complex area with complicated ownership. But, you know, the level of detail that went into the plan, into the Gorman plan, which we just approved today, is way more than just saying what the zoning is. Correct? I mean, there's, you know, it would answer questions about the natural areas and where they should be. It would answer questions about design and style. It would answer questions about traffic. I mean, you think of all the things from that Gorman plan. So it really is more than just saying we can put RF1 here, correct?
Correct.
And that's what, you know, and the further we go, the harder it is to make those choices. Because in some ways, going ahead without a plan just creates even more of some of the problems we're dealing with already, that you can't understand the area as a whole. We have done plans, and I think Gorman's a good example, where there were a lot of non-participating owners, correct?
Yes.
But it would answer quite, so things like the tree stand, I understand what our answer might be right now when we're just looking at this, but in a larger context, that tree stand we might answer that question a different way if we understood the whole context.
Potentially, yeah.
The kind of thing the plan gets us to, and the connectivity to the stuff all the way through, those are the kind of things that a plan would get us through, to vehicle, bike, walking, all of those kind of things. But the further we go down this road, the more complicated that gets. Okay, I just, and if there, I suppose the other question is, I'm just trying to think of all the reasons, all the disadvantages of going ahead without a plan. And I would argue we already went ahead with Quarry Ridge without a plan, and that's part of the reason we're having some of these struggles right now. But are there other things I'm missing, that would get harder if we don't understand what the whole context is?
No, I think you've comprehensively covered it. Another component is that the more land that I guess develops means there's less land, less owners. The burden of the plan falls on fewer and fewer owners.
Right. So, and which would, things like MR, things like the natural area. If you do a larger plan, there's ways to compensate people amongst all the owners and not put all that burden on one owner. Correct?
Yeah.
Which is why things like natural areas are better dealt with at the plan level than they are at this level. I'm guessing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina. Tony?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I said I would ask the question. So Mr. Schaefer said that he's been dealing with administration for the past year and a half. So there was no plan a year and a half ago as there is today. Why would we continue to work with this proposal for a year and a half, getting ideas and suggestions and changes when you wouldn't be able to support it because of no NSP in the area? And putting that into context as well too, that Quarry Ridge actually, I was there for phase 2 and phase 3, so I imagine others were there for phase 2 and phase 3 of this, and this has actually the rationale why, if Quarry Ridge was wrong, this should be right, because it's not leapfrogging. So maybe you start with that. Why would we work with this developer for a year and a half, knowing that we would never approve it? Or support it, I'm sorry, not approve it, not supported by administration. There's nothing they could have done that would give you support, because no NSP. The other land holders around there were not interested in paying for it. They're certainly interested in having the NSP done.
Correct. Well, when we receive inquiries or invitations or applications like this, we fully realize that our role is simply to advise you as City Council, and that you are the ultimate decision authority on a lot of these things. And we have to prepare that, notwithstanding that we may bring something to you with the recommendation of non-support, that it's possible that it may get supported. So we work with applicants to say that if that scenario were to unfold, these are the basic things that would need to be done in order for this proposal to technically work. And so we provide that advice. Have
things changed to the point where this technically works? So your only opposition is the NSP not being in place. You've worked with the applicant, so I imagine they've satisfied your concerns.
They've satisfied the technical requirements for the application.
Terrific. And it's odd here as well too that we're getting sort of commentary or opposition. It's not dense enough from council's perspective, on some council's perspective, but it's way too dense for the neighbors. They see this as way too dense for their liking, that they want to maintain the half-acre estate type of development, which is contrary to what we're doing here. And it's been about 50 years now, 5 decades, that Edmonton inherited sturgeon land, that at some point the land would be required to develop, but because of the non-services there and no developer with pockets deep enough, for example, to get on with phase 2 or neighborhood 2, which has the plan, it will never be developed. Same as across the Manning to the energy park. The first developer in must provide all services. So in saying that, this would help 153rd Meridian to 67th, right? This would provide some help in order to upgrade that road. And you said it was tied into 167th North with the marquee, but that would only happen if they were to develop. And they are not going to develop unless Neighborhood 1 develops first, because they're not prepared to pay for all the services coming through Neighborhood 1 at this point, and then try and recoup it from developers later. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we heard from Mr. Said that there is some development activity in Marquee that is leading to the advancement of some of that work on Meridian.
Right, but for them to do that, they would actually have to start developing Neighborhood 2, which they cannot start to develop unless they bring all the services through Neighborhood 1 and pay for it and bring it into Neighborhood 2. They're never going to do that, so you're never going to get an upgrade to Meridian north of 167, because that's all tied to development. The developer's not going to build the road without any development.
Councillor, your time?
No, my time?
Yes. I'm afraid so.
Okay, go again.
Okay.
Next round.
Okay. Would you move a motion for a second round of questions? I've got a couple on the second round.
Sure, I'll move second round, but I don't believe I heard an answer from my last question there on non-development of Neighborhood 2. But I'll move the second round.
I'll second.
Go ahead, Mr. Heinrichs, with an answer, and then we'll deal with the second round.
The short answer would be I believe Neighborhood 2 is in a different catchment area or a basin. It can be serviced through a different direction. It's not absolutely necessary for the services to come through Neighborhood 1, or all services to come through Neighborhood 1.
They would have to come from Highway 28. I understand the other option, but that's even more difficult and
Councillor,
more expensive.
You can ask for clarification on the second round.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Councillor Katarina has moved a second round of questions. I'll second that. I'll seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to a second round of questions? Not hearing any, then by unanimous consent on the second round, I've got Councillor Paquette, and then I'll come back to Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Katarina, for those questions. Just picking up from there, so we do have developers who are preparing to develop in Marquee. Will they be held up if there is not this proposed development that's before us?
No, they will not.
Did we not for sure?
I believe, yes, I believe so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so the other question is, so this proposed development, it goes through, it's $2 million toward infrastructure, so presumably Meridian. that gets us $2 million closer to the goal of what I believe, what I last heard was $18 million. Is that still accurate?
Yes, it would contribute to that. I'd refer to Mr. Saeed for the accurate number on the cost for the roadway improvement, but yes, it would contribute to it.
Okay. Can I get that accurate costing?
I can. I don't have the exact cost in front of me, but that 17-18 million could well be for the entire segment, all the way to Manning. For the segment between 153rd Avenue all the way to the rail crossing north of 167, it's about a 2-kilometer stretch. So my high level, and please don't quote me on this, that seems to be in the realm of 7-8 million roadway construction for the first 2 lanes. And as mentioned earlier, there will be an expectation from area developers to work together to stage that construction in a manner that it supports the development.
Okay, so we get that $2 million towards that development, but without more development in the area, it's just money that's held for future for when the rest comes in. Is that right?
So sorry, I didn't understand your question. Is it
$2 million toward that segment of road? Does that mean that the city is going to pick up and pay for the rest of it, or are we waiting for other developers to kick in order to spur that construction?
So the $2 million is ARA contribution, which goes in a pot of money to which other developers are contributing as well. And then it is, depending on where the priorities are, that money could be geared towards the infrastructure upgrades. It could first go towards the segments that are imminent needs, and then later on to the others. So it is going to be an ARA-funded arterial with no contribution from the city.
Okay. Now, worst case scenario, this development gets approved. What does that do to our ability to develop? So let me ask this. This development gets approved. That basically opens the doors for other developments to go in without a neighborhood structure plan in place. And what's the worst case scenario out of that?
Councillor Briquette, just to jump in here, any future development would still be at the discretion of council.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. From a planning perspective, what's the worst case scenario?
Well, from the planning perspective, as I mentioned earlier, other landowners nearby may look at a decision like that and begin to inquire with us and approach us about making similar requests and expanding further development in the absence of a plan. And we would find ourselves in the same position later down the road.
I think to add to Mr. Heinrichs' explanation is that it would be harder and harder to comprehensively acquire park space, look at the natural management of the area, properly review the drainage network, etc. Any other exercise that we typically do in the neighborhood planning structure. Some of the issues that you brought up before of how servicing isn't in Quarry Landing or Quarry Ridge right now is because there isn't a plan in place and there isn't a plan for orderly development to pay for those services, such as the upgrade of Meridian and other roads around in the area.
Well, we're looking at potentially decades. Is that right?
Any time frame, I guess, is your guess as good as mine at this point, but without a plan in place, yeah, quite some time.
I think I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hendricks, I think you're the one who mentioned that Neighborhood 2 could go ahead regardless of this because of the connections, service connections. Remind me where those service connections are. it's not contiguous to the south, from the south going north, where would those contiguous services be brought in from?
I think we might have lost Mr. Heinrich there for a moment, or he might be on mute. But for the Marquee neighborhood, they come off Manning.
Else, yeah.
They can come off Manning.
Sorry?
From Manning Drive.
They, and how,
Yes, having revisited or taken a quick look at the Marquee neighborhood structure plan, the initial staging point is at the southern point on Meridian. So I will retract my earlier statement about the servicing starting point for the Marquee neighborhood.
it is to the south.
It is to the south along Meridian Street. You are correct.
Right, because nobody would come from the north because of the cost. And that was my question, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry if I got a little agitated with that. Do we, and legal can tell me if I can ask this question, do we actually have an application to develop in neighborhood 2 at this point? The conversation seems like...
We have a number of rezoning applications that we're processing in Marquee. And so those are the initial stages and expressions of interest to proceed with development there.
Okay. So in the event that servicing has to come from the south and this one is not approved, everybody in neighborhood 2 that's coming forward, correct me if I'm wrong, they would actually have to provide services from 153rd or where the connections are, bring it across to 167th, and then bring it into neighborhood 2. Is that correct?
Yes, and we also have some subdivision applications that are being processed in the Marquee neighborhood, and that is the ultimate commitment to trigger the provision of services to the area.
Right. So this one is, unfortunately, you don't have the NSP, but it's critical for any future development in Horse Hill. If we wanted to remain rural standard for another 40 years, then I guess not approving this would satisfy that. You will never have development in Horse Hill, and that's going to be unfortunate. And using Quarry Ridge as an example of what to do or not to do, I think has no bearing on this particular application, as it is contiguous. It's not leapfrogging, and they've tried to assemble the members of all the ownership around there who were not interested, yet spent their monies to bring this forward. And as you said, the city of Edmonton is not in any position or willingness to do the NSP for many, many years to come on someone else's behalf. So sort of a catch-22 here. Would you think, Mr. Hendrick? I see you nodding, but I can't hear you.
Yep, that's a good assessment of the challenge before today.
And just as a reminder to my colleagues, we've just annexed Leduc County, which you have a picture of what happens when there are no services and how difficult it is to develop and who has to pay for it, on and on and on. So I thought we had this argument was over 10 years ago, and here we are with the first project.
Councillor,
willing to
take
a chance.
Do you have a question, or?
Well, what would happen if this one is not approved? Would the word sterilization of development for Horse Hill be appropriate? Because nothing will happen.
I think that might be a bit of a broad term. I think the paving or the upgrading of Meridian adjacent to the site would be more challenging.
Well, this developer would pay the $2 million for the section between 153rd and 167th, right?
It would go into the ARA pot, but to be clear, the other servicing such as drainage or storm is not being extended and wouldn't assist in any of the further development in neighborhood 2.
Well, it's not up to this developer to pay for their services.
No, it is not.
They're paying for their services from 153rd and extending it to 167th. which is more than fair that they have to pay for it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Whoever develops neighborhood 2 would have to provide their services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Lots, but you know, this could go on forever.
Is there any new information? Any new information? Councillor Henderson? Sorry, hold on, Mr. Shaver. Councillor Henderson has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had, actually, my question was for admin. Sorry, I didn't type it fast enough.
Okay.
That's all right, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm getting a little bit puzzled now. As I understand it, Marquee, yes, it will have to go up. You know, the services will go up Meridian, but this development is significantly to the east of Meridian, and I'm guessing it will service. I'm guessing it's not going to be bringing services up that way in order to service. I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, but that it'll service off what's already there in Quarry Ridge. Am I wrong about that?
For that, I'll pass it to
Drainage services are first. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, how we get services up to Marquee this is not going to add anything to that, except maybe to put $2 million into the ARA, which may or may not go to the Meridian Road piece, correct? Which is but it's just the road piece. It wouldn't actually make any difference to how we get pipes up there or water up there or any of those other services, correct?
Correct. The drain services appear to be coming from the west, and I'll ask Mr. Tawana to provide additional detail in that regard.
Councillor, the drainage divide is the Horse Hills Creek. So any land to the south of Horse Hills Creek is going to be separate from the lands to the north of Horse Hills Creek.
Which is Marquee, yeah.
Which is Marquee.
Yeah, so then what about sewer and water?
So this proposal in front of you, it can be serviced via the existing sewer and water in the Quarry Landing development.
So when it comes to sewer, when it comes to water, when it comes to drainage, this isn't going to affect Marquee at all because it's using a different system, correct?
That is correct.
So the only thing that this would affect is the road, theoretically.
Correct.
Okay. And the $2 million is not going to build the road by anything close. We don't know what portion of it, but it's not going to, it goes into the ARA. It doesn't guarantee that the road gets built, correct? That $2 million could go to an entirely different part of the ARA. True?
Yes, it's a contribution into the fund.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to get that clear.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more.
Sorry? Councillor Walters? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my chat function shut down, so I guess last one for admin, the contention that if this isn't approved, it essentially eliminates any possibility of other orderly development there for 40 years. Can you clarify your response to that? Is that your understanding? That this is our last chance to compel any orderly, well-serviced development in this part of Horse Hills?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, as we discussed, the applicant has demonstrated that this proposal could be serviced by tapping into the existing services in the Quarry Ridge development. And so any other developments that would be nearby could potentially do the same thing. And we have heard from time to time interest in other landowners and other parties trying to bring forward single parcel developments at a time as well. So it is foreseeable that it would not totally sterilized, that we would still get requests and applications to develop in this manner.
So the saying no to this today doesn't put land up on ice for 3-4 decades automatically.
Councillor, no, it does not.
Automatically.
As demonstrated or as said, servicing for Marquee and Horse Hills 2 is coming off Manning, and the existing infrastructure besides the area contribution is already in place to service this particular proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Your Worship, it's Mr. Shaver. If I could address a comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to new information next, and that's where we're at right now. So yeah, go ahead under new information.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to when I come to the Arterial Road Fund and the contribution, and maybe all the information with administration because it's a large administration, but as I kind of alluded to or mentioned before, we've been in detailed discussions with administration because I understand this is the subdivision application, sorry, not subdivision, the zoning approval in front of you today, but we've gone as far as the subdivision, the detail, and again, that's why we've modified our plans to make sure everything does work in conjunction with servicing emergency access. So the discussions we've had over the last week and plus with administration has been specifically about taking the $2 million, not just putting it in the fund, but it would be a subdivision condition to upgrade a portion of Meridian Street. So not just we put it in there, nothing happens to Meridian Street. What administration has asked us, and we've agreed, certainly details have to be worked out, but the portion specifically from 161 Avenue South to 153rd, which is in the worst condition there, how can we work with the city and the plans, the current plans to upgrade that so that addresses the immediate concern? So just wanted to add that, as well as the Marquee neighborhood. There is a condition eventually to make that improvements as well from 153rd all the way to the neighborhood 2. My understanding, talking to the developer there, that it's a condition that could be 4 years plus, depending on the time. And as I've mentioned before, that their priority is from 167th north to Marquee, so their first leg would be up there, not further down. But with us working with other developers in our contribution, we foresee the remainder of that Meridian Street from 167th Avenue South to 153rd developed a lot too. So anyway, just wanted to let you know that it is specific to what's in Meridian Street is the $2 million that we mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Shaver. Any questions for Mr. Shaver? Not hearing any, then is there any other new information?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps our engineer, Dawn Taylor, can provide some clarification on if she has anything to add to, in addition to whatever Patrick has mentioned so far.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
I don't have any additional information. What Patrick has stated for the arterial road is correct for Marquee, as well as Jatinder alluded to the servicing for Marquee. So as far as my understanding is, that is how that area is serviced or proposed to be serviced.
Thank you. Any other new information?
If I could also...
Yes, go ahead.
My apologies. Sorry, I just wanted to add something to what's already been said before. Firstly, the Horse Hill ASP has been approved for 7 years, and nothing has happened in Neighborhood 1 since then. It's been 7 years, and with no guarantee whatsoever that something will happen in the next 7 or 10 or 15 years. With the way the ownership is fragmented currently,
Mr. Shaver, he made a brief reference to this in his presentation. We did a quick analysis of the parcels in Horse Hill. And this is, I also want to add that Patrick has made efforts to, kickstart an NSP by talking to the owners. Most of them were interested in getting an NSP approved, but, nobody's come forward to support a preparation of an NSP by contributing. In coming back to the parcels, there's approximately 34 parcels, Mr. Mayor, within this area that fall under the GDA within Horse Hill Neighborhood 1. Of the 34, 29 parcels are under 10 hectares in size, which are mostly acreages and farm homes. And so that represents 85% of the ownership in the area. So from a practical, realistic standpoint, it may not be 40 years, but it's, development in this area. Advancing of an NSP is not going to be imminent in the short or medium term. So essentially, with this rezoning, what's in front of us today is, if we reject this, it basically sterilizes any new development in this area for years and years to come. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Is there any other new information? Somebody want to move closure of the public hearing?
I'll move closure of the public hearing, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Paquette is not prepared to.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina, seconded by Councillor Banga. Okay. On closure of the public hearing, please vote.
I'm just missing one vote, Mr. Mayor. I believe it's Councillor Paquette. Oh, there we are. And we have 12.
Display the vote. Okay, the hearing has been closed. First reading. Councillor Caterina.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Would you like to introduce it, Councillor Caterina?
I'm sorry, I got some feedback there. I didn't quite hear you.
Speaking to it?
I'm sorry. Say that again. I can hear Councillor Walters.
Yeah, if everybody could mute at this point, except those that are speaking, that would be great. Did you wish to speak to it, Councillor Caterina?
Just briefly, and having represented that area from 2007 to 2010, and then actively involved from 2010 to 2017 in all the work has gone on to Horse Hill, this is the first sign of life that has emerged since the decision on the ASP there, and there were many speakers to that, and many items touched, to being farmland, being the quality of the dirt, and on and on and on. And I was hoping that was behind us now, and that this was a more systematic and proper way of doing things, given the criticism of Quarry Ridge and how that happened. This makes so much more sense. And development, if it doesn't happen now, which is still a long ways away from when we originally approved the area structure plan for this. I think the last comments we had there, that I feel that I was right, that if this doesn't go ahead, that we have basically sterilized all the lands in Horse Hill for many decades to come. You've heard the objection of some that this is way too dense. You've heard the objection of some, even on council, that this is not dense enough, and both those reasons should be our excuse to deny this application. One, it's too dense. One, it's not dense enough. I can tell you that the people in Horse Hill for all these years and decades have wanted the opportunity to develop their lands that they own. Some have turned farmland into developable land. Some have sold their lands. Many have sold their lands to developers and leased it back for $1 a year for the last 20 years, knowing that at some point there was going to be some development. And this, again, is the first development that's actually at our table to make a decision on. And it would be a shame if this was not seen for what it is. Regardless of no NSP in place, and you've all heard how difficult it is with the fractured ownership to this piece of or to this area, this piece of land, that this is the only way that the city of Edmonton is going to proceed with being able to supply services that every other Edmontonian takes for granted, that these residents have had to put up with for the last 40 years, with no services, no transit, rural road structures, everything that we take for granted. They've been waiting all this time for something to start to happen, and this is the catalyst for that to start. So I hope that people understand this, and I would be extremely happy to know that at least one project is starting in Horse Hill, and it does have a hope going into the future that we are going to develop it. And again, this will be a blueprint for Leduc County of what could go wrong or what could go right, and the challenges that we're looking ahead to. And we took that land from Leduc County because we need it for Edmonton and the surplus of lands that we don't have, yet we've already looked at not moving ahead with Sturgeon County land that we annexed 40 years ago, which is puzzling to me, but I hope that people do understand the history of that, and there's a couple on council that have been around long enough to understand the history of Horse Hill and the challenges that it's had, and we have finally an opportunity to move things along and make things better for those Edmontonians as well, because they are Edmontonians just like the rest of us are. So hopefully there's support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, you had a clarifying question just on the process. Has it been answered? Okay, it looks like it has. Then continuing to speak to it, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Katarina, for summing up some of the history there and the challenges. I've been dealing with the frustrations of the folks in Quarry Ridge for a little over 2.5 years now. And their frustrations are real. For good or ill, that area was permitted to develop. And it basically stranded them on the edge of the city where they don't get the same services as everyone else. And that was council's decision. The people who buy homes, they assume that council knows what they're doing and they will provide the same services for their tax dollars. This has not been the case. So it's a very frustrating conversation. And I've been thinking about whether or not this new parcel being developed is going to fix those problems or exacerbate them, or is it going to be neutral? And the fact that that contribution to ARA will be helpful, but will not be solely going to the road, is a concern. We've got development now going to be going into Marquee. We've got Gorman ready to go, which borders this area. So this is an area that is basically being left fallow. I'm really concerned that if we don't move forward on this, we will have a a situation where nothing comes forward again for decades. I am equally as concerned that if we do move forward on this, it doesn't actually change anything in the area. And now I've got, or whoever, for the next 20 years, we've got an extra set of people who are equally as frustrated as the people in Quarry Ridge today at the lack of services. For years, I've been asking how Quarry Ridge was even approved, but here we are dealing with it. And so the question is, does this proposal make the area better? Does it make it worse? Or is it neutral? And on that scale, I've unfortunately landed on the very, very slight weight toward it making the situation worse. And this frustrates me to no end. The proponent put a lot of work into this. And the fact that we do not have a neighborhood structure plan to allow people like the proponent to come forward and develop areas is not good business. And it's not good for building neighborhoods, and it's not good for forwarding our city plans. But this is the boat we are left with. And so I will not be supporting it today, but I will have a subsequent motion for after. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I guess I'll weigh in. Councillor Paquette, if you could take the chair virtually.
I have the chair.
So there are always those applications that say, well, this is different because, and we have to weigh those ones on the merits as they stand alone. And there are all those other considerations about what will people read into it, what will other landowners read into it, what will regional partners read into it, what will neighbors read into it. And in this case, I think setting all of that aside, the planning questions, the valid land use planning considerations that have been raised around how this area is going to develop over time. And we did pass an ASP that set some general expectations for this area. And in the normal course of business, we expect an NSP. Now, I'm very sympathetic to the various landowners in here, many of whom are legacy, some of whom never wanted to be part of the city in the first place. So it's still very much in transition, and it is monstrously fragmented, which makes it really, really hard to move forward. The problem is if you chip away at it one fragment at a time, you're going to get exactly what you'd expect out of that 50 years later, if you're lucky. And it's possible that it might never go, and we might have all of these legacy issues forever, which would be awful. And at some point, the city would have to take some kind of leadership position. And I think the time we may need to look at that. I mean, our policy for a long time has been that we let industry drive NSPs and ASPs, NSPs in particular. In other cities, it works differently. The municipalities drive that planning process all the way down to not necessarily the subdivision phase, but certainly through the statutory planning phase. And the applications and all of that are driven by the city. And there may be cases like this where if the city doesn't step in and do the NSP, it'll never get done. So it may not be as simple as we have to have the industry drive it one parcel at a time. That may not be the only answer. It may also not be acceptable to say, well, we're not going to allow anything to happen here, which wouldn't be what I would take away from saying no in this case. I think saying no in this case, and I'd almost rather refer the application back and say, come forward, have an application for this parcel when you've got an NSP, and try to get the other non-participating landowners to a critical mass where we could determine how is the ARA going to work, what is the servicing plan going to be, where are the parks going to be. Because I think a lot of the same arguments were made about ARA contributions and park in lieu and so on and so forth in previous phases of Quarry Ridge, and we should have never said yes to those. And frankly, saying yes to this will just add several more households who have inadequate services, unless we have a broader plan. Either a servicing plan driven by the city or motivated participating landowners to a critical mass who can actually work all of that out in a way that's feasible. And if that can't happen, then either we have to take a leadership position on it, or we have to just accept that this is how it's going to be out there. So I think the future of the neighborhood doesn't hinge on this particular approval one way or the other. I think there's some deeper planning work that needs to happen, and I think that is precisely what administration has hung their hat on here. And so we have a motivated landowner here, and there may be others, and perhaps the city can do some work to test that interest out in the marketplace. I realize it's a very difficult time in the marketplace. But perhaps the configuration of this and the unit count and density of this could be different if we knew there was going to be an offsetting node of density closer to the transit, for example. And then this could just be the large lot piece of this in transition, rather than something in between that sort of isn't dense enough for us to sleep at night with everything else that we're doing, but is also so dense that the neighbors are saying this is different than what we're signed on for. So I think we should say no, but so that we can open up a broader conversation about what orderly development in this neighborhood area would look like. So I'll take back the chair.
From the chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Caterina to close.
Mr. Mayor, I have no further comments. I've said everything I need to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that has failed on a tie, it looks like, with Councillor Banga, Councillor Zadig, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Caterina, Councillor Essinger, and Councillor Cartmel in favor, and Councillor Walters, Councillor McKean, myself, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Paquette, and Councillor Knack in opposition. So that's that. Okay, are there any notices of motion? Oh, sorry, you had a subsequent, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, that administration return to council with a schedule for Meridian Street upgrading, including work and budget additions relevant from all and any landowners or developers.
Administration returned to council/committee with a schedule for Meridian Street upgrading, including work and budget additions relevant from all and any landowners or developers. Is this an information request or a capital budget motion or a ARA I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
don't, the motion's not clear, sorry.
It's just more of a report, return with a report. And that should have been in the wording. And the idea is to get a lay of the land so I can return to the people of Quarry Ridge with a better idea of what is going on there, because at this point, we lack clarity.
Okay, is there a seconder? Sorry.
Sure, I'll second it.
Sure, Councillor Henderson, thank you. Has everyone got the wording?
Put it in there. That's the old one.
Councillor, can you explain what you mean by work and budget additions relevant from all and any landowners or developers?
Yeah, you know what, maybe that wording isn't that great. This was done on the fly really quick.
Sure, no, totally understand. We're all running on fumes here, so.
Yeah, so the idea is, what do we have in the tank? What do we have in the bank for this? And from that, you know, what can we reasonably expect as a timeline, which probably should have been in there, for when Meridian is going to be paved. And from there, I can present that to the people of Quarry Ridge, and maybe from there we can continue with that discussion.
Yeah, I'm too tired as chair to suggest rephrase, honestly, but I think that this motion might create an expectation of a certain thing happening that outside of a budget discussion. So I think if.
Well, I'm happy for this to come back in Q1 or even Q2.
Well, maybe if it's something like return to council / committee with an information report on options for upgrading Meridian Street, including developer partnership and phasing or something like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. My apologies. I'm end of a long month.
Yep, I hear you. No judgment whatsoever. We're all in the same boat. Did clerks get that?
We just missed the second part of what you said there. Apologies.
With an information report with options for upgrading Meridian Street, including developer partnership opportunities and phasing. Which might give us kind of an ARA preview, and that would be a piece of work that would flow into a neighborhood structure plan.
Yeah.
Okay, is that wording adjustment friendly to the assembly? That works for the mover, it sounds like. Not hearing any objections to that approach.
Mr. Mayor, just a request of if there's a preference for this to return to committee or council, usually we would encourage it to go through committee, but.
Yeah, well, on the premise that we'll have committee by then and that it could be Q1, I think we can say committee, and if there aren't committees, it can come to council, but, and let's say Q1, because there's other work to do. So, Councillor Caterina?
Yeah, just a little confused about the developer part of this. Since we just voted development down, there is no developer that's going to be participating or even required to participate in Meridian Street upgrades. So this should be just what is the city prepared to to do at this point, or possibly the residents of Quarry Ridge or that development, because there is no other developer at this point, so I don't know who we're talking to.
I think that addition is actually quite friendly if we included that. I mean, the idea is that this is a report, and this gives some answers to Quarry Ridge, and frankly, this is going to be important for us to get a report like this, because as Councillor Katarina referenced, we have so many other areas that we're going to be facing these kinds of problems in the future.
Still not sure of what this motion information will get us at this point. From Quarry Ridge's perspective, what I heard today was they knew what they were doing, and they were prepared to drive over the gravel roads and potholes because they wanted that lifestyle in an estate, rural estate. So I'm not sure what this is getting to. What I heard today was they don't require these services that we think are so important. That's what I heard. But nobody else spoke today saying they wanted paved roads and bus service and anything else. So we're assuming that that's what they like, but what I heard is that they don't like that. They want things to remain exactly the way they are. So I don't know what this
gentlemen, we are not debating the motion yet. We are still asking questions. So, Councillor Katarina, do you have questions on the motion or for the mover?
Yeah, the motion to the mover is I didn't hear Quarry Ridge ask for this. In fact, I heard the opposite.
Okay, well, that's a good question. I'll answer you. So we did hear from the one resident who likes it the way it is and likes to drive 15 kilometers an hour, but I also hear from multiple other residents through phone and email that they would like to see more service here. And as for the developer partnership, the Meridian Street actually stretches up a little bit further beyond 167th, where we may have a developer partnership there, ARA contributions from Qualico. And so there is actually a number of possibilities here as far as information goes.
Okay, but it's still,
I can send you some of the correspondence I get from the folks at Quarry Ridge who would like to see it.
Okay. I don't get it, but okay.
Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification from the mover and maybe even the admin. Would this be prioritizing one area or road over the others? Why couldn't it come as a unfunded service package at the budget consideration?
Well, that's a good question, Councillor Banga. It may well be as a result of this report, but there's no way to say. But one of the things that this does is it provides an answer. It's a little bit beyond the step of an inquiry, and it's not prioritizing one road over another. This is subsequent to the conversation today, and so I think it's relevant.
Councillor, if I may suggest, from the conversations, is it true that what you're looking for is an update to council on developer commitments for Meridian Street and the potential timelines of that?
And Councillor Katarina had that friendly suggestion that we had potential city involvement here as well. And maybe even the possibility of community involvement from Quarry Ridge. I don't know if that was actually officially put forward as a friendly amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I still believe it's my time.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So I'm just kind of concerned. I'm concerned about why would it be different here than 66 feet from Waterville to 23rd Avenue? I guess administration can answer that.
So at this point, because we're venturing into a supplementary capital budget adjustment, and my blood sugar is crashing, I'm going to suggest, Councillor Paquette, that you give this as notice, so that if there are some adjustments to the wording and some, then we can pick it up, and we won't lose it that way. It'll be flagged. But given the substance of the debate and it's directing substantial work, I'm going to rule that it's beyond a subsequent based on where the conversation's going here. But invite you to make it as a notice of motion, so that the next council meeting, which unfortunately is in several weeks away, but at that time we can pick it up, and perhaps the wording can be finessed a little bit between now and then. Would that be satisfactory?
Meridian Streets and the lack of a neighborhood structure plan and how they're intertwined isn't going anywhere, so that sounds great to me. Okay, so if you want to give that as notice, and then that would allow the wording to be adjusted as well based on some advice from admin about process between now and then. If you want to give notice, read that in. And that's what it is, yep. So notice of motion, subject to change over contemplation over the summer, that administration return to council with an information report outlining options from Meridian Street upgrading, including developer partnership opportunities and phasing. And I will make that motion at the next pertinent council or committee meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I understand the motion was on the floor. It hasn't been withdrawn yet.
I ruled it as beyond a subsequent. So.
Okay.
So
that takes care of that? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't think there is any further business arising, but I will ask whether there are any other notices forthcoming. Not hearing any, then we are adjourned, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 to attempt to do 4 hours worth of work at council in 2.5. So please clear your lunch hours, I would suspect, just to be ominous about it. But that's all for tonight. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.